We've talked to 6 drivers, and every driver has said we just got to be there at the end. So survival is certainly
that's easy.
a part of the equation tonight. But how likely is it that a driver below the cut line wins the race this evening?
Well, I've got a couple things on that. First and foremost, NASCAR knew what they were doing by putting this race at this point in the season.
Yes.
So there's a lot of drama in and around that. And then I'm going to answer your question with yes. Yes, I think that someone below the cut line wins the race tonight. And my reasons behind that are because we've seen it time and time again, especially at this racetrack, it's the Daytona 500 or this, this summer race, that it happens. So I think the odds say it happens.
Yeah, I'm going to give you 2 drivers that I think have a great chance of doing that. We just heard from one of them, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., who has 2 wins here, one of them being a Daytona 500. The other is the pole sitter, Michael McDowell, who has also won the Daytona 500. These guys, we talk about winning and upsetting the playoffs. This could do it once again, but they have a great chance.
Lots of unpredictability over these 400 miles. By the way, we'll show you every green flag lap of the race tonight. You won't miss anything. Coming up, what does Denny Hamlin think of this massive penalty from NASCAR? We're about to find out. We'll hear from driver 11 next.
Oh, it didn't. Okay, it didn't save the one from before. All right. So I don't have to worry about paying off the one from last week.
Now with Straight Talk, get iPhone 12 for a super great deal. All with real unlimited data. Super interested? Cool. Buy iPhone 12 with super fast 5G and a dual camera system. Then get real unlimited data on the Silver Unlimited plan for just $20 a month for a whole year.
Well,
that's $300 in savings.
I'm so-so. Physically, I'm so-so.
Savings plus a new
Had a
iPhone,
bad
all
headache
makes
this
sense.
morning. No, I didn't even get moving until like 3 o'clock this afternoon, so...
Think you've seen the best of NASCAR in Atlanta?
Have you ever seen anything like that?
Think again. NASCAR returns to its hottest track for the first round of the Cup Series.
But
play.
I'm ready for Daytona.
It's high speeds and higher stakes with championship hopes on the line. It's gonna be epic, and the best place to experience it is right here. Don't miss the Quaker State 400 available at Walmart. Kicking off the NASCAR
John, I
playoffs
pretty
in
much known them since my childhood. They run in my family.
And they're all coming?
Headaches and migraines, they run in my family. My mother's a chronic sufferer, so
What's this?
Your wings.
it's part of my family medical history.
Light them up.
Gentlemen, it's a beautiful
day to fly.
We've come a long way together, pushing boundaries and giving it everything we've got. But there's still a lot more road to run. Goodyear, the
And of
official
course,
tire of NASCAR.
You know, two stories this week. Obviously, I was not able to show the rest of Michigan because of working Monday. I did end up watching it.
We keep coming back to
Tyler Reddick won it.
because of the quality of the product, the customer service, and the ease of use. That moment you walk in the office, people are
The
waiting
Dillon
to see
penalty
you.
was
Feel a sense of
was
connectedness and belonging
upheld,
everywhere.
which
And our shirts from Custom Ink help bring us
I
together.
stated my opinion on that last week. The recent news that came out just today is that SVG is going to be full-time next year
Countdown to green
for
is brought to you
Trackhouse.
by
In the 88, the 88 returns to the Cup Series.
Eat Sonic. So not only are we welcoming Jimmy Johnson to the team tonight, we're also welcoming a very familiar voice to the NASCAR on NBC Sports family. Lee Diffie will have the play-by-play call for the rest of the year. Diff, great to have you on the team. Welcome in.
Hi Marty, good evening, fellas, and yes, it is lovely to be here with you.
I
See,
love
when we
Lee
think
Diffie.
about racing on super speedways or drafting tracks, the viewers,
Awesome that
also the
he's
drivers,
awesome that he's
very
back.
much always expect the
But
big
we're
one,
gonna have him for the rest of the
multi-car
year.
incident. It's almost like a necessary evil of this type of racing. However, it brings with it massive advancements in safety. Case in point, 2015 Austin Dillon.
My first race in the booth took my breath away when the car went in the catch fence. We have seen the biggest wrecks here. You notice all the drivers we talk to, they talk about what's on the line. They talk about points and wins. No, none of them talk about danger. They have to put this possibility in the back of their mind to go out and do what they're expected to do tonight.
And we only have to
The thing is,
less than 1 week to get the most recent reminder of it as we take you back to Michigan International Speedway and saw what happened, what transpired with Corey LaJoie.
Yeah, a quick spin on the backstretch turned into a car in flight. NASCAR doesn't like to see this. The competitors don't like to see this. A very scary moment. Not a track you expect to see cars upside down, but this wreck right here forced NASCAR into a reaction. A piece on the car will be new this week because of this violent flip in the grass. So to try to help here at Daytona, try to keep the cars on the ground, they've added another fin on the rear window. On the
we didn't see one last night.
on
We're not going to see one
on
tonight.
pit road. This is the fin on the right side that's new. It's about 3 inches tall. It kind of matches the fin on the left side. Very simply, 15, 20% improvement, hopefully keeping these cars on the racing surface.
Again, by those big and spectacular moments, NASCAR takes a lot away from it, learns from it, and then acts upon that. There's also somebody in the middle of a lot of conversation, and the topic of conversation, Jeff Burton, this week, that's Denny Hamlin.
And then this happened this week, which I was trying to clarify it in my chat, my Discord chat, a little bit of the story.
The confidence you and your team have had, and really high, right? Coming into this race, playoffs about to start.
No, I'm chill.
This unexpected penalty
I may not be chill by the end of the race, but I'm chill right now.
It doesn't shake our confidence that we can win, for the next 12 weeks in a row. It certainly makes our job harder, going into the playoffs, and certainly as the sample size in our playoffs gets smaller and smaller, it just takes away a lot of room for error that we had built up over time.
So how do you, tonight, we've talked a lot about the playoffs, guys, trying to get in the playoffs. You're in a different situation. You're trying to get points. How do you approach tonight?
Yeah, I mean, a little freer, honestly, than what was before this, because obviously I was in a battle there for the regular season. So I think, just racing freely, trying to get all the points I can, but really trying to position myself to win the race and try to get some of these points back.
All right, buddy. Have a good night.
But we'll see, because the last 2 years, we've seen the regular season champion kind of somewhat saved by that bonus. So, bonus points obviously do help, and they are big.
Able to repeat their success at this type of track?
Well, every track, every kind of size of track has its own style, and restricted plate racing is no different. And not only does that apply to the driver, but also to the crew chief or strategist that's involved. And this environment has changed quite a bit since I was full-time racing. We're now saving fuel at Daytona, in Talladega, in Atlanta, which is totally bonkers and something that I never participated in. So it's really a style and a feel and kind of a skill set that comes with it.
Yeah, and I'm going to give you 3 drivers that seem to always be in the picture. When they're taking that photo, coming to the checkered flag, there seems to be Brad Keselowski, Denny Hamlin, and Ryan Blaney that always show up in that. So watch for these drivers to be a part of the mix tonight.
When we come back, time for tonight's pre-race ceremonies as we get closer to the green flag at Daytona for the NASCAR Cup Series. 2 races left in the regular season.
Well, we'll see. He's got as good a shot as anybody.
People always say,
it is what it is.
Until it isn't. Remember before AI when you had to type to search?
A bit complain.
And when you couldn't ask your phone to do this?
Put these restaurants on a map.
Huh. What about taking a
God,
photo
it's not that
and
big a hole.
reimagining it? Man, remember when all phones pretty much...
It's not that big a hole. It's basically the bonus points you get for winning a race. So basically,
Save on the all-new Google Pixel 9 Pro
he just would have one less win.
I'm Alyssa Slotkin.
It's as if he'd go into the playoffs, which he has 3 wins right now. He'd go in as if he had 2 wins.
Security. So I've made it my mission in Congress to protect our economic security.
So it's not. It's not as big as you think it's going to be.
Made a fortune selling out our national security to
Like I said, the last 2 years have shown you could go in with the best advantage, the regular season point leader,
China or protect America. That's the choice
and suck in the
and why I
playoffs.
approve this message.
You literally could win the title from anywhere in one of those 16 spots. So doesn't matter. Doesn't matter where you are or how many points back you are. When you get into the playoffs, everybody's on that even playing field, and
Get this
see how they play out.
2024 GMC Hummer EV pickup for around $849 per month. We are professional grade.
Well, from my understanding, what it was is they rebuilt they had an engine rebuilt before NASCAR was able to inspect the engine. By my understanding. And TRD caught it as they were going through their engines.
Wait, seriously? I got you next time, buddy.
That's by my understanding. What if? I know it's been a while since you've been in one of these, and it was a while since I've seen one of yours, so. I need to catch the end of your stream to see what the end result was in that race, but I still think you need to do Bristol. it's Bristol is just doing Bristol in 2013 has got to be like a rite of passage. It's like you have to do it just to say that you've done it and you survived it. I know I need to redo it, honestly. The best finish I got out of my one attempt was 7th, so.
Coming to the checkered flag at a plate race, something wild that happens down the backstretch, and
I need to try it again.
So yes, it can turn into aggression and be beneficial.
Look, we talked about this nervous energy that everybody has. It's Daytona, it's huge. You're trying to make the playoffs. That's going to go away when you crank up and get going. The desperation side of it is not going away until this thing's over.
Is there any more nervous moment than right now, Jimmy?
This is the worst. And until that engine fires up and you roll down pit road, this is the highest anxiety that you have as a driver.
Oh, I can't imagine what the playoff drivers
Yeah,
are
I've watched
thinking.
one of the times you did
Such
it.
an unpredictable race with so much on the line this evening. Not only the regular season championship, but who makes the playoffs. Time for tonight's pre-race ceremonies from the World Center of Racing.
Please rise as you are able. Remove your hats, and veterans render a hand salute as the Deltona High School Junior ROTC Color Guard presents our nation's colors.
Yes, I did. Which I think it's awesome he is.
Here to offer tonight's invocation, please welcome Advent Health Chaplain Mac Vendome.
Dear God, as we are gathered here this evening to celebrate these gentlemen, shake and bake like Ricky Bobby, help us to remember we also have a race that we must run. Help us to also shake and bake. Stress, some days depressed. Help us to remember we are blessed, we must shake and bake. Heartache, heartbreak, you have used it all for our breakthrough. Help us to shake and bake. And on the days where it's hard to get up out of bed, help us to remember those famous and faithful words. Boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing. For your glory, by your grace. In Jesus' name I pray, and all of God's children said, amen.
Somebody learned from that other preacher, didn't they?
Please welcome worship leader from Hope City Church in Mount Dora, Sarah Homan.
Oh, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that
of my boys is down there.
Green flag for the Cup Series is just around the corner. We'll get the engines fired here in Daytona next
The race,
on NBC Sports.
It'll be fun.
We know Trump will sign a national abortion ban if he gets
I
the chance.
cannot wait to see what we see tonight.
Because we trust women to know what is in their own best interest as opposed to having their government
Yep,
tell them
T-Rex's
what to
last
do with
points
their
race at Daytona, at least for right now.
The time has come to push the button.
Last points Cup race at Daytona.
The time has come to push the button.
This is you, and this is your first hunch of the season.
It's parlay time.
With FanDuel, a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube TV will give you many more.
Buffalo.
It's on Peacock.
It's Broncos
Right.
time. I'd take the over.
And you can easily act on whichever
Peacock,
one
I think,
speaks to
in
you.
NBC as well.
Browns, Broncos, Bills. They all
And make every moment more.
New customers bet $5 get $200 in bonus bets. Plus, every customer gets a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube TV. Only from FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook.
I'm doing it off Peacock, but
Celsius, essential energy.
actually it's been a while since we've
Like
had
in
one of those
business,
what if.
Success isn't given, it's earned.
Or
Every
yeah, I
swing
should say a
step
yellow
towards
line
achieving your dreams.
controversy finish.
Hard work and
I think the
dedication
last time we had
are
it
what you
was
need to
2020.
get ahead.
Dega
Just like you would trust a caddy's advice on the course.
was the
You can
last time
trust
we
the
had
advice of
one.
Your insurance agent to get small business insurance from AmTrust. Whatever you're passionate about, take the leap, and AmTrust will be by your side.
I'm PGA Tour player Denny McCarthy, and I'm proud to be a part of Team AmTrust.
Mom, I'd like a notebook that inspires me to chase my dream of being like a Jedi.
I can't wait to see Chase Elliott crash out at Bowman Gray, but that's just me.
Pretty good, huh?
What up, Bumbo?
We are going to steal the moon!
I'm physically today not. Didn't get going to like 3 o'clock. Had a headache this morning. Just kind of been in that post-headache fog.
Engines here in Daytona. Before we do that, let's check in with Dave Burns.
Marty, let's talk about another couple of drivers to keep an eye on here, including Kyle Busch. A couple of things on the line here tonight. A playoff berth. With 2 races remaining, he cannot point his way into the playoffs in 2024. Also a 19-year winning streak. At least 1 win in the last 19 years for Kyle. He starts 11th. Crew Chief Randall Burnett tells me that this is the best combination of RCR and Kyle Busch. These tracks and this driver. Kim?
Well, Dave, Ty Gibbs is running a paint scheme promoting the new movie Reagan, where Dennis Quaid plays Ronald Reagan. Now, Quaid made a visit to the Joe Gibbs Racing shop a couple of weeks ago. He took a tour of the campus and went to pit crew practice. The team told me they tried to get him to pit the
There's
car.
a trailer
and he
out
said,
for that
"Nope,
yet.
not at 70 years
Well,
old."
if it
So
comes,
he drove
it
the
was supposed to
car
come out
pit
next week.
shop
I'm sure there's a
practice
trailer
instead.
already out
Tomorrow,
for it.
Ty
But
will attend the Nashville premiere of the movie. And remember, the real Ronald Reagan was in attendance for the 1984 July race at Daytona, where Richard Petty won his 200th and final NASCAR Cup Series race. Parker, 40 years later, this team is hoping to put Reagan in victory lane again.
Right, Kim, and for the William Byron, the 24 team, he comes in here as the reigning Daytona 500 champion. I spoke to his crew chief, Rudy Fugel. I said, what's the feeling, what's the emotion of coming back here after accomplishing that? He said, when I got on the plane and thought about
the one thing I want to watch tonight, obviously, someone already did qualifying, but watch the Fords again. They were strong in February, and then you had the Hendrick pinballs kind of change that. But yeah, I like that SVG's coming to Cup. It's another personality, another good personality to come into the Cup Series.
So Jimmy, you're an owner and a driver, so here's a test your morals question. If you're Denny Hamlin tonight, do you push the car that you own with Bubba Wallace or your teammate Ty Gibbs to the win? Because both of them need a win to make sure they're in the playoffs.
What a predicament that Denny would find himself in that situation. But man, I think I would prefer making MJ happy over Coach in that situation.
Damn Fucking flies. How many fucking
Yes, he is
flies?
here and live in person, so
That's why I don't like having our windows open half the time. Bugs get in. I gotta shoot them away.
Here in Daytona next Sunday in Darlington. But honestly, to the point with Dave was making a moment ago, does RCR and Austin Dillon view tonight as their shot to make the playoffs?
This is their chance. He's won here before. He knows exactly how to position himself late in these races.
And as DJ mentioned a moment ago, his teammate Kyle Busch, according to DraftKings, is the favorite this evening. One of 2 shots left to lock up a spot in the playoffs. Let's get the engines fired here in Daytona.
Daytona! This is a moment you have been waiting for. Please welcome the Petty family. Richard, Kyle, Richie, Timmy, and Mark.
Oh, damn.
Start your engine!
I am standing down at turn 4 here at Daytona International Speedway. We know this racetrack is known for its pack style racing, but what you might not know is what those drivers are thinking about while they're in that pack. Every one of them, every single lap is thinking about that move they're gonna make out of this corner to get them towards the start-finish line. They're plotting, testing, scheming, trying to figure out the best move possible to put themselves in position to go after a win at the World Center Racing and to rush from here to that start-finish line. We'll see who does it best. We get going after the break.
We're out here telling people about the Experian Insurance Marketplace. How do you feel about shopping for car insurance?
Honestly, like I never want to do it again.
I don't have time. What if I told you you never had to shop for car insurance
Yeah,
ever again?
squeeze that together.
It's called the Experian Insurance Marketplace. It's a one and done thing and it's totally free. Free? And Experian shops with over 40 top providers to find you an amazing car insurance rate. And they'll alert you if they find a better rate later on.
Experian's the way to go.
You could save $800 on average. I need that.
That's not necessarily
Go to
true.
Experian.com/car and you'll never need to shop for
I
car insurance.
actually will somewhat disagree with the anybody can win Daytona argument case. Not as much as anybody can win Talladega. And the results kind of show that. Yeah, we've had some surprises at Daytona in the past, but not as much as Talladega. When it comes to Daytona, I look for the regulars when it comes to Daytona.
A first-of-its-kind innovation that returns pistons to factory clean by removing up to
And that's kind of what I was trying to get at, Flavor. I think it's easier to see. It's easier to see a random win Dega than it is Daytona.
For an ice cream? Okay.
So what about $574 for switching your home insurance to Allstate?
Tempting, but that's way too much of a hassle.
Actually, it's not. Allstate can handle the switching for you. Just call
Well,
them.
Dylan has won Daytona in the past twice.
And you get Allstate.
Like a cherry on top.
Oh, you brought your own.
Check Allstate first and you could save hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Order Pizza Hut now and get a free large pizza later. That's a free pizza on your next order. So you
It's funny to look at the history, though, of
again.
both the tracks.
Your
So.
next dinner is covered. Your future self will thank you. Get it while it's hot. Only at Pizza Hut.
Although I will say this, and I actually said this. I know 2 of the people are actually in my chat right now. Yes, last night we watched the end of the Xfinity race on my Discord because we were doing something else, and we kind of took a break so we could watch the final 12 laps of the Xfinity race. If it were me, if it's me, and we get an overtime, an overtime restart happens, I want to be the leader. I don't want to be the guy trying to get around the leader. I want to be the guy leading the race. I'd rather counter a move and be the one that's in the lead if something happens. I'd rather be the one they're trying to take it from.
Summertime is a great place to relax, but not if you're a NASCAR Cup Series driver tonight. There is no room to rest as the playoffs are looming, and there's an opportunity to get one of the biggest wins of your career at the birthplace of this sport. NBC Sports welcomes you to the NASCAR Cup Series from Daytona.
This is for you, Bumble.
The Coke Zero.
This is for you. Here's some claps.
lovely night too. Weather-wise,
I
as
have
the
to.
cars start to roll off pit road, let's check out tonight's starting grid, brought to you by Coke Zero Sugar. And what a special accomplishment last night here at the World Center of Racing for
Yeah, for the first time.
team's history. It's the first time they've ever had a front row sweep.
First time, front row, front row.
Drivers, as we get closer to a start, we kick things off with Dave Burns. Dave-O?
So Lee, on the lower right of that first page, you see Chase Elliott. And when your last name is Elliott, there are high expectations. Chase has met just about all of them. Remember the championship back in 2020? You bet. Here at Daytona, he won in 2016 in the Xfinity Series, but he doesn't have that cup win here at the World Center of Racing. Dad Bill, he's got 2 500s, and he's won this race twice. So Chase looking to win that race and up his chances to be the regular season champion after next weekend's race.
Actually,
Well, Ryan Blaney starts in the 14th position and has
start thinking
the
about
best
it.
average of all drivers on drafting tracks in the next gen.
Since Dale Jr. won this race, the July race in 2015, Hendrick Motorsports only has had one driver win a cup race here. A cup point race.
In the playoffs, Parker.
Well, Kim, for
William
Martin
Byron.
Truex Jr., who starts back in 17th, he has never won. at a
Kyle
super
Larson hasn't
speedway.
won
Now in his
here.
final full-time
Alex
season
Bowman
in the
hasn't
NASCAR
won
Cup
here.
Series. I asked
Chase
Steve,
Elliott
"What is it
hasn't
gonna
won
take?" We've been
here.
so close before. They said we've actually been working with him to make him more aggressive.
That's actually
in the
interesting when you think
blocks that
about
he's
it.
Throwing to control the front of the field. They even added a rear view camera.
Almost
a
10
couple months ago
years,
that he's using at a
and
super
only
speedway
the
now
24
to
car
try
has been the
and
one
adjust
for
to those
Hendrick the
huge
20
blocks
year.
that get you and keep you up front, Marty.
Parker, over the last few years, the super speedway races have been much kinder to Alex Bowman. I asked him this afternoon, what's been the difference? He said, honestly, it's not being more aggressive. It's knowing when to be aggressive and when not to be aggressive. I've done a much better job of that, and we've avoided all the chaos. Can he avoid it tonight? That's the big question. Bowman is already in the playoffs, Diff, with a big win at Chicago. He'd love to add Daytona to that list tonight.
Yeah, he'd love to go one better than what he did in the Daytona 500.
I know I got the prediction going, but I'm gonna throw a poll out there,
Steve Letarte ready to go for this Coke Zero 400.
and I want to see what
And
everybody
it's gonna
else
be a fun
thinks.
night. Jeff, when we think about super speedways, always think about the speed. We're going to see 190 miles an hour here tonight. We think about the danger with 40 cars on track. As a driver, is that at the forefront of your mind, or you just got to switch that off and go into race mode, driver mode?
Well, first of all, you wake up this morning, you're excited. Excited, number one, because you win at this racetrack. But you are also nervous because of these types of events. When you race here, you know you can be minding your
Because
own
we had a little bit of
business.
discussion last night by Discord about this, so
Flip through the infield, and if you race here long enough, you're going to be in these types of wrecks. It's just a great chance it's going to happen. The only way to win this race is to be aggressive. The only way to get stage points.
I'm
is
curious
be
to see what
aggressive.
people
Of course,
think.
this is the result if you're too aggressive.
And the weight of those moments are on the shoulders of the crew chiefs. You want to prepare.
now
a
the
car
prediction is going on. So if you're wondering where that is in
speed,
there. But
the danger and these spectacular
I want to
accidents
know
fool you.
this.
To
I'm
be
curious.
successful at Daytona, it's also about execution.
Curious to see what
From
people
on top
think.
of the pit box, on pit road, fuel mileage, pit strategy. Winning here is so special because of the history, but also, Lee, because of what it takes. It takes a total team effort.
All right, sitting on the pit box is Jimmy Johnson, the 7-time Cup Series champion. Jimmy, want to go?
I'll tell you guys what I said last night when we got into discussion of this.
Yeah, Diff, for me, I rolled off pit lane. The fear is behind me.
After I see
Precious
this
is
poll
so real
result.
that it can happen. You think about that before you get in the car. You fire the car up, you roll off pit lane, and you're focused on the opportunity at hand. Somebody's going to leave here with a trophy tonight. Somebody's going to get stage points. And most importantly, somebody can lock themselves in. So as a driver, you're thinking about the opportunity. You're thinking about what you want to execute and get done there.
Honestly, I think the three you need to have are at least two of the three are Blaney and Hamlin, because
Kyle Busch
they seem to be near the front at the end of these
where he
races.
gets himself locked into the playoffs. Just two
The other
to go.
ones I can't really
the
tell you, Sonic, whether they're good or bad, because I don't think there's enough sample size for Barry to say it. I don't know enough sample size for McDowell would probably be a good one.
Straight seasons with a win, Diff.
And obviously
I think
Byron
that's
was the
more
most recent
important for
winner on
Busch
this
than even
track,
making the
but
playoffs. To be able to win 20 years in a row, he already holds the record. And it's been, what, 16 years since he's won at this racetrack. To do it back at the World Center of Racing would be just an unbelievable feat. And not to mention he's driving for RCR, who would love to get out of the news and a little bit of that shadow with Austin Dillon and get that second car win this year.
Steve mentioned playoffs, so let's get you up to speed and remind you of who is where. The drivers in yellow are locked in courtesy of their either one win or multiple wins. And then you look to the drivers around that red cut line and in white, and who is safer than others. And of course, we're going to be talking a lot about Ross
Pretty
Chastain
much,
and Bubba Wallace.
Chastain, Busher, and Wallace are the only three that are basically point racing.
That will unfold here at the World
If you're from Bush on down, you're racing to win
Spectacular
tonight.
night in Florida.
You're not making up 93 points in 2 races. That's just... You're not making up 93 points in 2 races.
Front Row Motorsports yesterday during qualifying with Michael McDowell and Todd Gilliland putting
So pretty much anybody from Bush on down is in a
sweep
must-win.
for Front Row Motorsports for the very first time. Let's go inside the 34. Have a listen to some recent radio.
Really proud of everybody. A big accomplishment to get 4 poles here. Those cars on the front row, everybody should be really proud. That was yesterday, today's today. Let's make it happen. We know only one thing that matters today. Let's do it.
I spoke to Michael McDowell briefly last night via text, and he said, today's not want to win, I have to win.
And you heard it, that's their intention right here. They know they have to win if they want to make the playoffs. This guy can do it, and this team can do it.
Leading the field at the moment is the Toyota Camry
They know the situation ahead of them.
pace car for tonight's race.
Wind changes everything.
A celebrity passenger in there, Paige Spiranak, the golfing and modeling influencer, is enjoying her time here at Daytona International Speedway. All right, so we are almost set to go. This season has been eventful. The season's been highly entertaining. Of late, there's been a little bit of controversy. So
Daytona, 2 races to go. Only 1 race remains after today before we hit the playoffs. Darlington next Sunday.
they've got bigger things on their mind. For the drivers who are winless this season, it's all
This is
here,
it.
and they know what a lottery drafting tracks and super
This is
speedways
it.
can be. There is
Whatever
so
you
much
got,
on the line here. It's time to bring the
if you got a chance, if you feel like you got a shot tonight, you're going to have to show it.
There is no better place to shine. Whose night will it be over the next 160?
And we're green at Daytona.
Best ever start at this track for the guy third down on the low line, Josh Berry, as Michael McDowell will lead this field into 1.
Side by side as they pop out of 2.
Now all the pre-race nerves can go. Now the drivers are dialed in and focused, and they can get to work at hand.
And now the cars are reaching top speed. Takes nearly a lap to get all the way to max speed. You see very organized 2 by 2. Everyone kind of playing nicely on newer tires. It wouldn't shock me if the bottom of the racetrack, near that yellow line, is the preferred lane.
Lee Diffie really isn't new. I mean, he's new to for the season, but he's been here before.
But they're going to try to be smart about it. But this is a short stage. You're going to have to go. You're going to have to make some moves early.
It is short, only 35 laps, well within the capabilities of the fuel load, so no pit stops.
Already a 3rd lane formed. I think that's, yeah, it's Dylan up there.
Gamble as much as you want.
Austin Dillon trying to lead this 3rd lane. He jumped up there, a lot of cars behind him. Interesting to see if that can work.
And if you're thinking at home, wouldn't it be a remarkable performance for Austin Dillon to grab a win here where he has won before and put all the controversy of Richmond behind you? Not alone. It's been a popular topic of conversation here in Florida this week. Look at Logano pushing McDowell
It
on
looked
that
like,
low line.
couldn't see who that was back behind Chase. Thought I think it's Brad.
On the front row, Steve.
Thought about jumping out there. I think that is Brad.
The whole field, but now Logano gave a big push to McDowell, got him out in front.
Problem is, if they play too much defense, that only aids that 3rd lane led by Austin
Yeah.
Dillon, that black and teal car.
Have fun at the track,
I
Hamill.
believe that's the 6 of Brad Keselowski, now the 9 of Chase Elliott, everybody to the top. Ooh, Chase with the move back to the middle. Nice move by the 9 car.
So now you got the 2 Fords leading that outside lane, Cindric and Brad.
Let's ride aboard the Brez Tree Chevrolet for Austin Dillon.
I can't imagine that view for 2.5 hours.
So they're trying to get to the
awesome roar of 40
Outside, he's on the
NASCAR
outside
cars
of Blaney at
here
the
at World
moment.
Center of Racing, that bright green and white car on the outside. Todd Gilliland, the third generation racer. Awesome front row performance, running at the front of the pack with his teammate and trying to
realize
stay
David's
door-to-door with
dad
Michael
raced.
McDowell.
Blaney still leading that outside line.
That's not Blaney, Jeff. That's Cindric.
Just a little bit. Now he's on the outside.
Cindric leading the outside.
Chase Elliott slid in front of him, so now he's alongside Chase. So just a little
And if
bit.
Elliott made the right move there, I think he should have stayed to the outside. That very outside's going to go now.
Because where are you going to go? Look at that. 200-mile-an-hour rush hour traffic. Every lane full of cars.
Look at that high line. Austin Cindric in the bright yellow number 2. Brad Keselowski tucked in behind him, and then Austin Dillon. Daniel Suarez in the all-red Coca-Cola car.
I know these Fords are going to be strong, and here comes Cindric.
Look at Keselowski pushing.
Getting pushed by Brad. Tell you that the outside line, it doesn't matter. The outside line, if it stays formed together, is the best line here.
8 Fords near the front of this pack. Only the 24 of William Byron, the lone Chevrolet, trying to get in the mix.
There's some separation here. McDowell has moved off that low line.
McDowell thought about jumping out there. Or, excuse me, Gilliland.
Slots up, and here comes that high line again. Cindric being pushed continually by Keselowski and Dillon.
Man, look at the ground they made up there, though.
In the Cup Series, he does not mind getting your rear bumper and shoving you all the way down the straightaway.
Well, they made a lot of ground on that top lane, though. Once it got formed up.
Logano knew he had to come low. Josh Berry in the 4. And then here comes William Byron.
The teammates together there in the middle. Logano now leads the inside.
Larson yet to notch up a top 5 here. And he said, you know what? I think it's soon. I think it's close. I'm getting better and better at these tracks. Berry on the inside of Logano. It's 3 wide with McDowell on the high line.
I'm shocked they're not riding.
Logano's experience showed he wanted to go to the bottom, just didn't have the confidence because he wasn't clear. Being stuck in the middle was not optimal, but it was his only option.
But then again, this is kind of what we saw back in February.
As we check in with Jimmy Johnson, what do you see that you like so far?
I love seeing that third line come together. And one thing that the third line will try to look for is when the other teams in the other 2 lanes are saving fuel, they'll get word, and the guys will jump up in third lane, be able to run 100% throttle and work their way to the front. I thought that might have been taking place to start. Now it looks like they're just racing, and the third lane is pushing harder than anyone
Here comes
else.
Brad with a run. I think he was thinking about where he wanted to go there.
You talked about Brad and how aggressive he is. He's now in the middle, but you can kind of get a telltale
Brad
from
Joey.
flaps on the hood when they get very, very close.
Guys that know how to draft well together.
Air pressure change. Joey Logano, that second car in the middle, that bright yellow 22. His are the easiest to see. When he gets in the back bumper of the 6, you got to see right here. Right there, right side.
Dancing a little bit.
Open. Now the left side flaps open.
Inside lost a little bit of ground there. Looks like Barry jumped up high. Looks like Brad's going to get the lead now.
Have to do it correctly. You know, every race here, we see a guy try to push someone, they do it incorrectly, and it causes a wreck.
Marty, what you got on the 22?
Ooh, McDowell thought about. Oh, I thought he was going to duck inside of Barry there for a second.
In the Daytona 500 in February. For Joey Logano, Jeff, he made a very interesting point to me. The stage here in stage 1,
Yeah, they are.
Shorter. He feels like he can race hard in this stage.
They were talking about it during the pre-race. Some of the drivers in their interviews were talking about it.
Maybe the most important all night long. Why is that the case, Jeff?
Yeah, I think that goes for the driver as well as the teams. How much
2 Chevrolets on the inside there. Byron, Larson, and Busch.
Not every car is good at being pushed. Some cars don't drive well when they're being pushed.
Barry going to try to take the lead back.
When you're trying to push someone, your car doesn't drive well. So you've got to be able to be aggressive, stay in the throttle.
That worries me when they kind of are going between the inside lane and that middle lane, and I'm worried somebody's going to get turned trying to do that.
Keselowski on the higher line at the front of this pack in the opening 10 laps of the Coke Zero Sugar 400.
Not the fact that they're going to be going. Well, never mind. Apparently Peacock's not going to do it. Apparently Peacock's not going to do it. Let me check, guys. I'm gonna see if let me see if the NBC. Let me check and see if the NBC coverage is gonna do it. Because if the NBC coverage does it, I'll switch to that.
Perfect racing experience for the whole family. NASCAR playoffs weekend at Watkins Glen.
I'm gonna go check that.
Paul Young wants to outlaw abortion. He says women's rights are just made up.
Made up rights like we
Helps that I have both, so I'll just throw it up and see if this one. Because if this one's good, I'll move it over to that one.
Even here in Michigan.
Car insurance is up 20% this year.
Nope, they're in commercial. Well, it's no, it's playing one ad.
We're gonna get started with breaking news this morning.
Oh, I gotta sign in. Huh, duh, that's probably why.
Catching the action when you're on the go. Chefler dominates. Or just hanging with family at home.
You should have my password saved, NBC Universal. Come on, you have my password saved.
Did you miss me? Wherever. The choice is easy. Peacock is streaming now.
I'm Melissa Slotkin. As a CIA officer, it was my job to look around corners for threats to our national security. So I've made it my mission in Congress to protect our economic security from the Chinese government. Meanwhile, my opponent, Mike Rogers, made a fortune selling out our national security to China, trading on his time in Congress to help China.
Things I gotta do.
Profit
Things
from
I gotta
China
do.
or protect America. That's the choice and why I approve this message.
We've come a long way together.
So if this is working, I'll just switch
From
it.
dirt tracks
Yeah,
to
I'll
super
switch it.
speedways
Hang on, guys.
And every track in between.
They're still playing ads, but they're not playing.
I thought you were right behind me. Only pay for what you need.
Do this. Let me do this.
Think you've seen the best of NASCAR in
Right there.
Atlanta?
What's up?
Think again. NASCAR returns to its hottest
I'll
track
keep
for the
Peacock going on the other in case I have to pull it up, but for now we'll go back to the NBC.
And the best place to experience it is right here. Don't miss the Quaker State 400 available.
So I have Peacock going in case we need it for any reason, but I thought the way they were saying it was going to be across the NBC platforms, not just NBC. That's why that's why I was surprised by that.
Josh Berry from Hendersonville, Tennessee is at the front of the pack, but momentarily as here comes the Daytona 500 winner, William Byron on the inside.
Alright, trying to become the first leader of this race that isn't a Ford. That isn't a Ford.
Larson at this racetrack at 20 starts diff. I can't believe that's the only blemish on that man's racing record.
I'll put it in the corner so it covers the logo. The channel logo.
So much movement left to right.
That's why I have it where I have it.
A quick reminder that DraftKings Sportsbook is an authorized gaming operator.
That's weird. When they go to the audio of just the cars, it sounds like it's in one channel.
In bonus bets instantly, download the app, use the promo code SPEED.
The commentary is in both my ears, but I'm hearing the engine noise like in almost one ear.
Well, remember, even if you miss the start of the race, live bet, you can bet live during the event, and those are the numbers, and right there, I think it's disrespect to Denny Hamlin, Blaney Elliott. I know they don't have the track position right now, but at 12-1, you can't bet against that. That's a Ford, a Chevy, and a Toyota that I think will look good late in the race.
How about that number 8 on the low line there at plus 700? That might be some good money.
I don't know, I like the 22. Joey Logano, big push right there, took the lead. McDowell gave him a shot, used that to get by Josh Berry. You can see how wild it is back here. This is early in the race.
I'll see how it looks when they do the next side-by-side. I may move it when they go to the side-by-side to where it blocks the commercial. But for now, I'm just going to keep it where it is.
In the last 12 races here.
He's my guy. Interesting right here. Look at the little lines, the line starting on the top.
I'm telling you, that very high lane is the best lane here, I think. If you got company with you, that lane is the best lane.
Look at the run, Josh Berry in that 4 car.
That's where the runs seem to come. That's where the passes seem to be made.
Let's see if he decides to do it. He does not.
I think that's the best lane on this track.
Byron can come give him a push. Blaney, he wants to be the guy behind Josh Berry.
Well, you see that bright yellow number 2 sitting 4th back here on the high side. Let's find out more about Austin Cindric, his Parker.
Right, Lee, and he's
I can't believe they're racing like this. This is 17 laps into this 160 lap race, they're racing like that. Again, reminds me a lot of the way it was here in February. And I remember being shocked in February that they were racing as hard as they were, as early as they were.
Drive and make big moves, but also accept big pushes and give them. We've seen that early on as he went straight to the front.
Again, these are the drivers doing this. They're the ones that dictate whether they train, race, or ride like this.
Brad Keselowski. I asked his crew chief, Matt McCall, about that reputation of being one of the better pushers in the pack. He said, I don't know where he got that, but I do think that he knows what he wants out of his race car. So when he pushes another car, that's what Brad wants in return. These drivers know that, and they know that's a good way to get to the front.
Well, he certainly pushed that number 17 on his inside. His teammate.
Teammates staying together on the very top.
RFK Racing, Chris Buescher.
Barry's got a good little hot rod today.
And would dearly love to defend that victory.
Wayne trying to get help from Larson up that inside.
About setups on the race cars as a 3-wide battle.
Yeah, 3 wide for the lead now.
You can set your car up so that it does accept pushes, so it's not as unstable.
So you got teammates on the top, teammates in the middle.
Steve, you make sacrifices in
Or it's teammates on top, teammates on the bottom.
Go as fast by itself, but you do that because you know you're going to get pushed all night. You know that's what it's going to take to run to the front.
Kind of get a little bit of flashbacks to last year, Blaney running that same paint scheme. You know how that ended last year here. Hopefully it doesn't end that way this year.
Take the look again. What does Logano do? He's going to have a little energy on the upper lane. He's going to take this push from his teammate Ryan Blaney. This time down the back stretch, very conservative, straight, right on the bottom of the racetrack.
Look at Josh Berry in that blue number 4.
I think speedway racing is even more difficult when the runs happen like this. They don't take a lap to generate. I mean, you could go from backing up to going forward.
Outside's going to have a little bit of momentum here.
Berry sits second in the Rookie of the Year standings, by the way. And he led his first laps in his first Daytona 500 earlier this year. And he's just got the big picture view in mind of every time in my car on a track like this is a learning experience. And no better learning, Jeff, than being at the front of this pack.
Yeah, this is a great opportunity to understand if you get in this situation at the end of
You're talking about the Blaney wreck last year. That wasn't caused by Bubba.
Who can you push?
The wreck that was caused here last year was when Ty got the bad push. 54 went sideways, turned into the 12, and basically right reared him into the wall.
Look at which drivers are on the move, brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Have a look at Eric Jones, who had a hiccup yesterday in qualifying and has made up 22 positions.
Yeah, basically had a sensor, just like your car at home. These NASCAR vehicles have sensors in different situations. The car at wide open throttle, the sensor said he was also pushing the brake. That's like a safety.
No, it was the 54. It was Ty.
Ty
Ty got a bad push, and it turned him sideways.
But it's going to be a good feeling to see it run a solid 21 laps. I'm guessing Jimmy, the owner on the pit box, has to be feeling good that the car has moved up that many spots.
Eric won here 6 years ago when he was with JGR.
Yeah, that was Jones's first Cup win.
How about these front row
He's
fours,
here.
Jeff, up on the high line? They sit 20th and 21st in the playoff standings. This could be a night that changes either Todd Gilliland or Michael McDowell's year.
Yeah, Todd Gilliland, we are seeing him toward the front of the pack very often, not just on these types of racetracks. But this is the best opportunity.
Yeah, Todd's due.
But they don't have quite the speed to win races at a Charlotte or a Darlington next week. But here, with the speed they have in qualifying, Jimmy, there is no question.
Todd's due. I'll agree with that. Todd is due.
They've shown great speed, and I would say that the Fords in general have really shown their strength on plate tracks. But I appreciate the shout out on the 43. Certainly a stressful night for us trying to figure out what was going on with that electrical gremlin. As you mentioned, Steve, the sensor went wrong.
And they're talking about McDowell. McDowell, it was this late in the year last year when he won at the Indy Road Course. So
faster than whatever the Legacy Motor Club gym program is working. That's a lot of leg strength.
That was a fun conversation. I promise I wasn't on the break. I promise.
Joey Logano has led 7 laps, the most
Brad
of any
gonna
of
jump
the
in front of
drivers
the
into
front row
second half of
cars.
stage 1.
Again, the Ford showing their strength. Again, they did this in February, so I'm kind of not surprised by the way the early part of this race has gone, but again, I'm just shocked that they're still running three abreast. We'll see as the run goes through, handling-wise, they probably won't keep it up, but as the handling starts to go away in some of these cars.
Book your move today at pods.com. Introducing Valvoline Restore and Protect.
We're easily going to make the first stage through without them pit now.
Pistons to factory clean by removing up to 100% of deposits. Restore your engine to perform like new. All new Restore and Protect. Another first from Valvoline.
Welcome to your life.
You can run from a bully for so long,
There's no
but after a while you're gonna have to stand up to him.
What did the president know, and when did he know it?
I am about to start the biggest war of this century.
You told me you wanted to make a difference in this world.
What would you have me do?
I want you to fight.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
Rated PG-13 may not be suitable for children under 13.
All you can eat riblets, shrimp, and boneless wings. $15.99 all day, every day.
There's a little bit of smoke that I can see what you're saying, NASCAR. There's a little bit of smoke, but I don't know. Maybe just tire smoke. Tend to go in stage 1.
Feel the groove in the all-new Camry. Toyota. Let's go places.
Who's up for a little bit of chaos? A dash of drama. A touch of temper. Who's down to take it to the streets? To bring the triangle.
Outside momentum.
Who's game for a little fireworks between?
And Brad wants to win this stage. I think Brad wants to win this stage. The way he's racing. He was my pick in the fantasy I'm involved in. I picked Brad tonight. Cindric's going to push McDowell out there. Cindric going to try to take the lead. He's going to get his. Here comes Brad Berry down.
Left in this opening stage of the Coke Zero Sugar 400, and it's 3 across the backstretch. Josh Berry
One
down
slow car down there on the apron.
Austin Cindric. It's a very Ford-heavy top 10 with just a few Chevys thrown in there. Lead Toyota is Bubba Wallace back in 12th position.
Cindric just took the lead, and when he did, the whole track was wide open. He could have gone all the way to the bottom. A little bit of contact in the wall with Cindric off of 4.
Berry gets the lead with 8 to go.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of.
I like that blue on that 4 car too.
Everything looks okay. We had a couple flat tires last night in the Xfinity Series in the middle of the packs. They all kind of got away with it.
Take a look at this.
Well, they were rubbing it.
The pipes too, so
McDowell was rubbing it. Cindric was rubbing it. Most likely, Shadow. We'll see when the next one comes. I might have. I need people to remind me to do it because I may be engrossed in watching the race, but that's something I'm going to try to do.
They really flexed their muscle on the 12 team and showed that they could go back-to-back for championships. But right now, Ryan frustrated with the car he has under him. Take a listen to what he told his team.
My car is still slow. I can't get to it. Tight, slow.
So again, Ryan Blaney very frustrated. Parker with the car.
How the hell did Buescher get up behind Brad? Well, that's not the case for Josh. I don't know how they worked that out, but Buescher's up behind Brad now. Right in the middle there.
How have you adjusted the racing in the Cup Series? Who
Bubba behind him.
advice? He said, well, of course, I've talked
Hamlin
to Dale
back there,
Jr.
too.
Obviously drove for him in the Xfinity Series. He said, but one big problem talking to Dale, he makes it sound so easy. There's nothing easy about super speedway racing in the Cup Series. The field is so deep. Every move has to be perfect. He's done a
There he's
great
still with the
setup
advantage,
this year
6
in
to
this
go.
stage. And Jeff, I wonder when you were learning super speedway racing, sometimes you get great advice, but it's hard to execute without just getting out there and learning.
Well, it really is, and everybody's cars are different as well. You know, if your car isn't real fast and you try to do with that car what guys can do with their fast car, you end up in the back because you make moves that don't work. And then when you do have that fast car, that's when you have to take every run. That's when you have to be super aggressive with it.
And you know, Lee, I was fortunate enough to crew chief as we
Ooh,
see
Barry!
blocked by the
Oh, it's a good thing he thought twice about that, because I thought he was going to take Brad's nose off there for a second. That was a little bit hairy.
How long does it take to get that comfort? Or do you ever get that comfort, Jeff?
5 to go in the stage. Joey leads Brad. Brad going to take it here on the high side.
And you understand what you're not good at. What you never gain comfort in is that you're not going to be in a wreck. I mean, it is a good opportunity. Every time you come here, you're going to be in a wreck. And they all know that. That's all on their minds right now.
This is the Coke Zero Sugar 400. Crisp, refreshing, and irresistibly tasty. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever?
Inside lane now.
So, Logano, Blaney.
Those three stayed together. Logano, Blaney, Larson.
On the radio expressed that pretty clearly. Then the 5 of Kyle Larson, the 8
Brad Blaney, or Brad Barry. A little closer together there.
To go around him and go to that high side. And Chris Buescher.
Byron trying to be on the very top.
And William Byron just watching what's happening.
And as you see on the top left, 4 to go in this stage. Not only is there a reward with points, but this is a dress rehearsal. This is what you're going to see at the end of this race. This is great work for the drivers and the spotters to kind of learn exactly where they think they need their car in the closing laps.
Look at Buescher in the middle of this race.
I don't know why, but I'm kind of liking that tandem right now of Kozlowski and Barry hooked up together. They can really hook up together good. Byron's going to thought about trying to go between Blaney and Barry.
Still the lead Toyota, and he's got himself inside the top 10, trying to push William Byron now.
3 to go in the stage. Logano led at the line.
And Keselowski. 3 to go from here in stage 1.
Barry pulled up in front of Buescher in that outside line.
Byron now up behind Brad.
23, Bubba Wallace got back in front of Buescher.
Points as they run. Chastain at the severe disadvantage right now. Both Bubba and Buescher in stage point position right now.
Kyle Busch. Have a look, have a listen.
2 to go in the stage. Penske boys out front.
This has been a fascinating opening
Watch
stage
the runs.
Zero Sugar 400.
I see Barry trying to figure out if he wants to go middle or top.
1.5 laps to go.
He's going to stay top.
Stage points are awarded. Everybody has a better feel of their car now and these conditions on a warm night here in Daytona. After tonight, when the checkered flag falls, 1 race left. Darlington.
There you go. Last lap, stage 1. Logano leads it at the line.
Now that we're coming to 1 to go. See Buescher in that 17 car right behind Barry in that 4.
So he's going to have to try to block 3 lanes. I think he's just going to hang low here. Barry on the top.
Into the corner so he doesn't spin him out.
In the very top lane, stayed closer together. Brad's got Byron close up to him.
Opening stage from Wallace and Buescher as they've just
Watching that very outside.
worked their way forward, and now look at Buescher.
I think Barry may have this stage if he can stay there. Oh, but he come back to the bottom. No help for Buescher, though. Might be Barry that has it. Big run coming on the top from Cindric to Buescher. Can he get to Barry? No, Barry wins stage 1.
Wins stage 1. And he has been at the front ever since the start.
Ford sweeps the top 5 in stage 1.
First ever stage win. And he does it at the World Center of Racing.
And almost the top 10. They finished at the first 8 spots.
First Daytona 500 earlier this year, led his first laps, and now he's won his first stage in the Coke Zero Sugar 400 here at Daytona.
Well, that's one stage in the books.
Now with Straight Talk, get iPhone 12 for a super great deal. All with real unlimited data. Super interested? Cool. Buy iPhone 12 with super fast 5G and a dual camera system. Then get real unlimited data on
I'm
the
telling you,
unlimited plan for just $20
as strong as they were here in February until that wreck, the late wreck, I am not surprised that Ford is running the way they're doing right now. Not at all surprised. I knew they were going to be strong coming in here.
Think you've seen the best of NASCAR in Atlanta?
Have you ever seen anything like that?
Think again. NASCAR returns to its hottest track for the first round of the Cup Series playoffs. It's high speeds and higher stakes with championship hopes on the line. It's gonna be epic, and the best place to experience it is right here. Don't miss the Quaker State 400 available at Walmart.
Like I said, they definitely have the package here, it seems like.
September 6th to the 8th.
This football season, Fanatic Sportsbook is where
Well, we'll see. We still got 125 laps to go.
$5 million jersey drop. Jerseys are dropping every single day. Just log in daily for your chance to win. Plus, new customers sign up and get up to $1,000 in bonus bets. It's time to suit up for season opener. This is Fanatic Sportsbook, the most rewarding sportsbook.
Okay, ideas.
Yeah, the people doing race streams. Hell, I could almost do a collab one once. I haven't even thought about that.
What about a comedy show? I've seen you. I've swiped on you.
Do you want a thing?
Oh, I got an idea.
Like that song.
I feel hungry.
Let's go.
Whatever your vibe. Tacos.
Definitely tacos.
Find it in the all-new, all-hybrid Camry. Toyota. Let's go places.
Introducing Valvoline Restore and Protect, a first-of-its-kind innovation that returns pistons to factory clean by removing up to 100% of deposits. Restore your engine to perform like new. All new Restore and Protect, another first from Valvoline.
We've come a long way together, pushing boundaries and giving it everything we've got. But there's still a lot more road to run. Goodyear, the official tire of NASCAR.
Nothing scary about Energizer Ultimate Lithium, the #1 longest lasting AA battery.
NBC and Peacock.
Back at Daytona, pit stop's about to happen after the end of stage 1. If Joey Logano wanted to learn in stage 1, he learned he has one of the best cars in the field. A little bit too tight on entry, Parker. He said that hurts him when he wants to push others.
Similar story for his teammate there at the top right of your screen, Austin Cindric. He was happy that race car finishing 4th in the stage. He was told to go on the jacks. They will not wait on fuel. Bottom left of your screen, Josh Berry, stage winner, first stage win of the year. Just getting a little loose. They'll make an air pressure adjustment for that kid.
Bottom right, Chris Buescher, he said he doesn't quite have what he needs off the right rear, but no major issues. He said, let's leave it, so no adjustments, just 4 fresh Goodyear tires.
Actually,
no fuel for Chris Buescher.
I wouldn't be surprised if this race goes caution-free.
Opening round of stop-start. Josh Berry with the maximum stage points over Joey Logano and Chris Buescher. What a start.
Car insurance is up 20% this year. So I went to the Experian Insurance Marketplace. They shopped my info with over 40 top providers. I saved $800. They'll even alert me if they find a better rate. And it's free.
Go to Experian.com/car.
What's wrong?
My travel rewards card didn't earn enough miles for my vacation.
Are you crying?
No.
Are you crying because of that other card?
No.
There's no crying in baseball. Or with the Capital One Venture Card, because it lets you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase every day. And you can use those miles on any travel purchase. And you know why? There's no crying with the Venture Card. What's in your wallet? Let's play ball!
Getting a
Hey, don't tell Jennifer to shut
never
up.
been easier.
Just buy any footlong in
Love
the
me some
app,
Jennifer
get
Garner.
another free. Like the all-pro sweet onion teriyaki with juicy chicken or the ultimate BMT, high with pepperoni and ham and salami. The only hard part is telling Travis he doesn't get the second footlong. I'm saving that for later.
Yeah, the channel point
Seriously?
prediction.
I got you next time,
It's
buddy.
like a 2-to-1,
Order now in the Subway
2-to-1 advantage on the channel point prediction.
In golf, like in business, success isn't given, it's earned. Every swing is a step towards achieving.
Honestly, Jacob, they could do it.
Hard work and dedication are what
We saw him make it 35 laps.
Just like you would trust a caddy's advice on the course, you can trust the
The only issue is as we get later in the race, that's when they're gonna get a little bit more aggressive, and that's when things go south usually.
I'm PGA Tour player Denny McCarthy, and I'm proud to be a part
I
of
mean, we
Team
talked about that
Amtrak.
last night. Yeah, Barry does for sure. It's been good actually, Hamill. Love having Lee Diffie in the booth. Ah, damn it! As opposed to Rick. No offense to Rick, but it's Lee damn Diffie. I mean, I love having Lee in the booth.
Theatre of Dreams sets the stage. Manchester United, Liverpool.
So begins sport's most compelling soap opera.
Sunday, only on Peacock.
And that's Trackhouse's Daniel Suarez standing on the wrong side of the pit wall because there was a pretty scary moment in his
big fire.
Coca-Cola Zero Chevrolet. Take a look at this.
It's the 99 returning to pit road after his original pit stop. The car erupts into flames. On his pit stop, there was some fire during the pit stop, but we have seen that before where a spark will catch a little bit of excess fuel on fire, but this is much more severe than that.
The engine's still running, so it wasn't an engine failure.
And it caught on fire, but as he got closer and closer to pit road, you see just how severe the fire gets.
A lot of smoke from out of it, though.
Daniel waited to be told to get out. Jeff, I would be instantly out of the car. Marty.
Yeah, Steve, I think right now there's more questions than answers. A lot of people are saying, what exactly happened? I had asked Matt Swiderski, the crew chief, do you know what happened? And he just kind of threw up his hands as if he did not know what happened. Daniel did get out of the car. You saw that a moment ago. He came behind the pit box, sat down for a few moments, and now he is up there talking to the team. I think everybody's just trying to figure out exactly how that happened. But I've never, Steve, seen a car this disintegrated here on pit road. I mean, completely burn up on the back end of this Coca-Cola machine.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions from the team. I guarantee there's going to be a lot of questions from NASCAR. You see the melted parts and pieces of the car.
There was a lot of smoke from under the fenders before the rear end went up. I just wonder if the engine did go south. It didn't sound like it.
Appropriately.
Daniel was circulating and it was somewhat controlled, and then all of a sudden it just exploded. Thankfully, he was able to get out of the car to safety.
See, he wasn't rushing because he thought he was in a better shape. He didn't realize it was as bad as it was.
With y'all, I get to decide when I get paid. It's kind of crazy. We can't choose when we get paid. Chime changed that for me. My pay lets me get up to $500 of my pay when I need it. There's no interest, no credit checks, no mandatory fees. My pay gives me the freedom to handle anything that life brings. I have big goals, and I'm not waiting for payday anymore. And you shouldn't either. That's why I Chime. Join me at Chime.com and get paid when you say.
Join the million-plus fans who have made game days more entertaining by playing along on Underdog. It's as easy as picking higher or lower on your favorite player's stats, like points, assists, and so much more. Visit UnderdogFantasy.com and sign up with promo code POSTER to claim your player's special and deposit offer. Underdog Fantasy, calling all dogs.
For the first time ever, the NFL kicks off with an epic 4-day opening weekend.
Time to play football.
It all starts Thursday night with Ravens-Chiefs.
We gotta show everybody who we really are.
Friday, it's the first ever game in Sao Paulo when the Packers face the Eagles. Sunday, 13 games, all day, all night. And Monday, the Jets take on the Niners. The NFL kicks off with 4 days of games, starting Thursday, September 5th.
There wouldn't be an hour in the day that I wouldn't think about my hair thinning.
I hid under my hat for a good 3 years.
I experienced many challenges with prescribed medication.
Losing your sex drive feels very shameful.
My dermatologist recommended Nutrafol.
It's 100% drug-free and clinically tested.
Within 3 months, there was new growth.
My hair was stronger, and I don't have to choose between my health or my hair.
Try the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement brand at Nutrafol.com.
History is made here, where champions are born, and greatness is earned. Who will be the one at the Tour Championship?
Before, no one outpieces the Hut.
NBC Sports coverage of NASCAR is brought to you by Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Is it
Bizarre.
the best Coke ever?
It was real
Credit One
bizarre.
Bank NASCAR American Express card. Toyota, let's go places. And by Pods. Save up to 25% now at pods.com.
Nighttime is the right time.
Welcome back to Daytona. Lee Diffie, Steve Letard, Jeff Burton with you. Jeff, let's have a look at what went down in the 99 pit.
Yeah, Daniel Suarez, he is watching a replay from their pit cam. There's a cam that hangs over top of their pit. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, it looks like everything's clean so far on the stop, and then the 99's waiting on gas. The 11 goes to leave. A little bit of fuel on the ground right
Little
here,
bit of fuel
and then it looks to be
spillage.
right there. A backfire out the pipes of the 11 ignites the fuel on the ground. It chases forward and into the trunk of the 99.
Oh, so it just stayed lit when the car was on the track. It didn't go out.
All those single
Okay.
cars at the back of the field are under penalty because they topped off. An extra trip down pit road means they have to start at the back. 15 cars dipped. 15 cars decided to come down and get a little extra fuel.
What an opening stage that was. The most lead changes in the first 35 laps here at Daytona in 13 years. It was cool. And the
Damn.
defending race winner, Chris Buescher, is on that low line in the 5th, 3rd Ford for RFK. And he wants to confirm his spot in the playoffs. He wants to go to Darlington with more peace of mind. But look at the Penske teammates pushing each other. Austin Cindric helping Joey Logano, and Josh Berry, the winner of stage
Man,
1.
where did Ross come from? I've seen Ross all day so far. Here he is, just ahead of Bubba.
Super Speedway racer won the Daytona 500.
Actually, that inside lane, the first 3 cars on the inside lane are the guys fight for that bubble spot.
Teammate Joey Logano.
Well, Bush actually let Frog Gibbs.
As they build the speed, let's go back to the pits. Marty's with Daniel Suarez.
Yeah, let's grab him, and thankfully he's okay. So, Daniel, what were you feeling inside the car? I've never seen anything like that.
It's the first time as well for me, man. It was a very weird feeling because I don't run a rear view mirror anymore. I only run my rear view camera, and the camera is mounted in the rear bumper. I can feel the heat in my back, but I cannot see it. So I was trying to go fast to turn it up, to try to calm down the fire. But by the time I got here, I can feel a lot of heat, and when I stop, I can feel a lot of. I can see the fire here. So very unfortunate. Honestly, after seeing the replay, I don't know what we could have done better. I mean, every single time that we pit, we drop a little bit of fuel. It was just a bad situation there between the 11 and the 21 that I couldn't move, and the fire.
Well, actually, the bad situation for Daniel is the fact the fire didn't go out when he went back on track. Normally, you see the fire go out when the car goes on the track, takes off out of the pit stop, puts itself out. But in this case, it didn't put itself out.
Suarez told Marty was that I don't run the rear view mirror anymore. I just have the rear-facing camera, so I couldn't actually see what was going on. Some have both, some just have one. And NASCAR has informed us, Jeff, that Suarez and the 99 team can rejoin the race if they choose to.
Yeah, so basically the DVP damaged vehicle policy, if you're in
Okay, so Suarez is actually not out of the race. I don't know. That's a lot of repair that they'd have to do to that car.
So it's really a mechanical, if you can believe
That's up to them, but
according to Marty, they're done for the day. I would believe with that much fire, maybe the damage is just too much to
yeah.
safely return the car You know, with the win.
I mean, it's true. It is a
It's not about points for me. I want to keep my drivers safe. I would know. Talk about how crazy
it is true. It is a mechanical issue that put them behind the wall, so they would be able to rejoin. But
You can see the battle 3 wide.
as damaged as the back end of that car is, I wouldn't even try to bring it back out there.
Chastain trying to make that middle work in that one car, that blue one car. Bubba Wallace, an aggressive move to the middle to try to lead that line.
And for the longest time in stage 1, Bubba Wallace in that 2311 Toyota was outside the top 10. He very carefully and methodically worked his way forward towards the end of stage 1 to get some better position.
That was good here. He knows how to run well here.
And then now look at him go here at the front of this field.
And then what these drivers have been asked to
Problem
do
is, he's got a lone Toyota versus all these
now
Fords.
in this stage, the strategy is to save as much fuel as possible. So on the green flag pit stop, you're there the least. You don't want to be in your pit box any longer than
Yeah, Harrison Burton up there now.
See this great racing continue, but now the drivers are trying to manage throttles, manage speed, manage fuel, all while trying to keep track position.
Oh yeah, here come all these Fords.
I can do one. I can save fuel. I can't save fuel and go fast. That's an art to being able to do that. Position your car, use that draft.
Well, they also use a different fuel than NASCAR does too.
That way you don't have to be in the throttle quite as much.
Different based fuel, a little more different based racing fuel than NASCAR does. So.
And this is the beautiful blend that we've got.
Absolutely, Bumble. Like I said, you may still see the riding as far as the train at some point, but right now I'm surprised that they're wanting to make it 3 wide and as deep as they are.
And the Penske teammates are working together still on that high line.
And the 2 teammates, actually. You got the Penske teammates and the RFK teammates.
Hey Stevie, riddle me this. You're talking fuel strategy. You're up there, you're up front, you're saving fuel. How far back can you be and have it play out on the pit stop?
You know, Jimmy, that's a great question. This is a new phenomenon. I've studied all the races, and it looks to me like the sweet spot is like 10th.
Oh, that's Briscoe down there, trying to lead the inside.
You can stay close enough to the leaders that the 6/10
Which I believe, hey, got Hemrick.
You gain on pit road results in track position. If you get behind,
Fucking Austin Hill there behind Hemrick too. Where'd he come from? Up the inside, LaJoie behind him.
So, unfortunately, though, Diff, that's where 16th is.
Gregson behind him.
So, you know, great for fuel savings, not so good.
You're not gonna see a new manufacturer join NASCAR.
Pretty good run from Daniel Hemrick as well. He's up 21 positions. He's the second car on that low line.
You say Hendrick. You say Hendrick there. You say Hemrick there. I think that was Steve that said it, but I was pointing out Hill, LaJoie, Gregson, the whole inside.
The 23's going into turn 3 now, 5-6 miles an hour faster than he does all day. That's when your car has to still handle well, Jeff.
Yeah, when you're right, and the car always gets.
Priest coming back on the inside as well.
Turn 3 with that added speed.
Guys that haven't won this year that could flip turn this stuff.
Look who's arrived on the scene on that low line, 4 cars back, number 7. Corey LaJoie for Spire. He's there. Let's take a ride with him thanks to Celsius. He gave us that really scary moment last week in Michigan. It'll be on the highlight reels forever. And this guy, it's all or nothing. Steve, you mentioned it right at the top of the show. Those drivers who have got nothing to lose, he's one of them.
Yeah, no ride at Spire next year. The news has been announced. He's not returning. No other further information, so we don't know where he's going to drive. But one thing that's for sure, winning fixes everything top to bottom. And for the 7 and Corey LaJoie, a great run would add to his resume for any prospective team looking at him.
Let's talk more about the 7.
I mean, hell, I would want Corey to win just for Hamill. Yeah, I was lucky enough and fortunate enough that when I went to MIS 21, I got to see my favorite guy win. Now, Hamill would love to see Kyle win, or Corey, or Ricky. While he's there.
Take a look at some progressive telemetry. Riding along with John Hunter Nemechek. Talk about saving fuel.
Cindric, nice push to Logano. The outside's going to have the run.
Not even full throttle. If he was full
We're going to
throttle,
cover the run.
the green would be all the way to the right. So how can you run?
Briscoe now side by side for the lead.
Still run almost 190 miles per hour. All of those cars in front of him, they're creating a massive wake. There's a hole in the air. And they're just pulling him along. The car behind him is pushing him along. It's air.
And everybody says, well, how much are you really saving? So I put it to the test. How far can you go? The survey in the garage, 42, maybe 43 laps leading. I thought, well, all right.
Speaking of which, where is Bowman right now?
50, 51, 52 laps. That's 20 to 25 miles further. That is an unbelievable game.
Love you.
And when you look at that,
I can do that. No.
Gallon and a half, 2 gallons, 2.5 gallons. That can be over a second on a pit stop.
There you go. Love chat.
Going to be very quick under green. It is an art to
Took
be
me a
able to
second.
make that pace and still save fuel.
John Hunter Nemechek will be running on happy memories.
Took me a second
from
to
this
figure
year's
it out.
Daytona 500, where he finished in the top 10 in 7th. Bubba Wallace leads.
As the leaves turn and the air cools, we remember why we hunt. It's about the stories, the memories, the traditions.
And then again, you did finish second here in February, so
And at Bass Pro Shops in Cabela's,
I can't rule 'em
we're here to
out.
help you make every moment count. Stock up for your next adventure during the Fall Hunting Classic, our biggest sale of the year. Our friendly, knowledgeable outfitters will help you find the right products for your next hunt. Bass Pro Shops and Cabela's, voted America's best outdoor retailer.
I'm out here telling people about the new Experian Insurance Marketplace. Experian will shop with over 40 top providers to find you a really great rate. That sounds amazing. And on average, you could save over $800.
Still 3 wide.
Start now at Experian.com/car.
Reputations are earned. They're built with hard work, time, and consistency. They're respected. Trusted. They're real. And they're rare.
Now, if I'm right, I do believe
There is nothing
that
like a
we
Wendy's
possibly
Frosty.
could see one pit stop in this stage. I think the length of the stage, we're gonna have to. We may see at least one stop in this stage.
Wait, what? The one and only Frosty is a buck? Gotta be Wendy's.
With so much great entertainment out there, wouldn't it be easier if you could find what you want all in one place?
My favorites.
Hey, I'm Shania Twain. I'm hosting the biggest night in country music of your favorite artists chosen by you. Man, I feel like a host.
The People's Choice Country Awards live Thursday, September 26th on NBC and Peacock.
I can't believe Daddy never told me I have a half-sister. He always said family is the most important thing. Maybe that's why he started 2 of them. We have a bar? No, I have a bar.
Oh boy.
Drinks are on the house! No, they're mine!
I always wanted a big sister, even if she is old enough to be my mom.
This is Tennessee. I'm old enough to be your great-grandma.
Happy's Place, this fall on NBC and Peacock.
Quick reminder to download the official app of NASCAR and follow the action with free live scoring, in-car camera, and radio broadcast, and upgrade to premium for full access to driver audio channels
I know.
and completely ads-free experience. Search NASCAR in your app store, download, and start a free trial. Bubba Wallace from 2311 leads the way, and he's a lone Toyota.
No, the only caution we've seen so far, CJ, was the stage ender, stage 1.
The defending race winner here of the
Like I said, I almost was coming into this thinking that because I made the statement in Discord with friends last night saying that I thought, watch this race actually go caution free except for the stage breaks.
Wow, this is going
Barry
on in the
did,
front.
Josh Barry.
About 15 rows to the back, the 7 car, white car with the black roof on the bottom. Corey LaJoie, he went to the bottom. In a lap and a half, he has gained a ton of track position. He's making it work.
As you've seen in our coverage this year, we go embedded with a couple of teams. And let's
John, I said it.
And which team are you with this weekend?
I said it. I said as strong as they were in February, if not for the wreck, they probably would have won the 500.
Xfinity Series championship in 2013 and a Daytona 500 victory in 2018, but a chance visit to RCR in 2018 by a Special Forces member would put Tyler's NASCAR career on hold. That Special Forces member told the pit crew they wouldn't be able to handle the military training. So Tyler said that lit a fire under his butt. He felt like everyone should serve in some capacity and needed to answer the call. In 2019, Tyler left the team to serve as a fire team leader in the 75th Ranger Regiment of the U.S. Army. After finishing his service, the three-team welcomed him back with open arms. This year's Daytona 500 marked his return to pit road for the first time in 5 years, and Marty, now a copy of the Ranger Creed, stays permanently in Tyler's wallet.
Kim, Tab Boyd is the spotter for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. They won a Daytona 500 together, but Tab Boyd is not the star in the Boyd household. No, that belongs to young 10-year-old Bentley Boyd, who is, get this, ranked 3rd in the country in American Ninja Warrior competition and 7th in the world. Tab told me his biggest contribution to all this is building their obstacle course in their backyard, which takes up pretty much the entire backyard. There you can see that all hand built by Tab.
Depends on the
Yes,
track.
he does plan on being an American Ninja
Depends on the
Warrior once
track.
He turns 15 when you can be on television right here on NBC Diff. I'm not sure there are many 10-year-olds in the world that are more in shape than
Stages have their plus.
Boyd is, Lee.
No stages also have pluses, but each one has pluses, each one has minuses. Depends on what the track is.
I'm feeling kind of bad about the stuff I built for my kids. Not the swing set. That was next level.
With thanks to Little Bites, Biggie Muffins. This is Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
I disagree because I like the stage ends sometime on super speedways.
Incredible. And he fits into that category.
Oh, there they go.
Here we go.
There goes Chastain, Larson, Jones, Ty Gibbs, Bowman, Elliott, Truex.
Too wide or single file, and all of a sudden chaos.
I think LaJoy got a piece of it. That was basically mid-pack.
Bowman's involved. Truex gets going again. Ty Gibbs in the 54.
That's the thing, though. I didn't look like a lot of people had damage, though.
Who was having such a great run.
There's only maybe like 3 or 4 cars that are actually damaged. Hamlin.
Bad week for the 11. The points penalty and now an accident early. Let's see what happens, Jeff.
Wallace is leading.
Oh,
Gregson bounced off of.
Noah's getting pushed and lost control.
Yeah, he might have gotten pushed, but he hit the car that was to his inside there. Bounced off that car.
Being a big pushback from Corey right here.
Oh yeah, Corey got him.
Shoves him to the left. He has to correct it. Then he comes back across the racetrack in front of Corey. And that's what we
I couldn't see who that car was to the inside. Bounced off of though.
You can push and you can shove, but when you don't do it correctly and you get it wrong just by
Yeah, Chastain's got a lot of nose damage.
This is what happens. Here you go. Watch the 7, the 10, the 1. The 10 is against.
Oh, it's the 51. It was Justin Haley that was down on the inside.
There was about 10 cars involved in that. As we are midway through stage 2.
Not really a lot of them heavily damaged though, so I think there's maybe only like 3 or 4 of them that are actually like damage.
Singular history and tradition. Unmatched on-track intensity. And triple header playoffs action to ratchet up the stakes. Throw in a can't-miss concert, camping, and the legendary atmosphere of Talladega Boulevard. And you've got more than a race. You've got Talladega. Get your tickets now.
Well, we'll see what the points shape out for, John. Keep in mind, we still got a lot of race to go.
Car insurance
A lot can happen between now and a finish, but
so I went to the Experian
depends on his
Insurance
point gap
Marketplace.
leaving
They shopped
here.
my info with over 40 top providers. I saved $800. They'll even alert me if they find a better rate. And it's free.
Go to Experian.com/car.
Fanatics Sports.
But if we're talking right now as they run, I agree, John. As they run, Chastain would be in a must-win. Because Bubba's leading the race. Bubba's leading the race. If he stays there, it changes everything there. So I think at least right now, Chastain's in a world of hurt.
Introducing Valvoline Restore and Protect, a first-of-its-kind innovation that returns pistons to factory clean by removing up to 100% of deposits. Restore your engine to perform like new. All new Restore and Protect, another first from Valvoline.
We've come a long way together. From dirt tracks to super speedways and every track in between. Never backing down, pushing boundaries, and giving it everything we've got. Yeah, we've come a long way, but there's still a lot more road to run.
No, you guys, there's really only maybe 3 or 4 cars that got heavily damaged in that. Chastain, Gragson, and Hamlin, I think, are the only 3 that are like damaged. Everybody else is kind of spun or got door dings. It wasn't really that as bad as it looks.
Telling Travis he doesn't get the second foot long. I'm saving that for later. Wait, seriously? I got you next time, buddy. Order now in the Subway app.
NBC Sports coverage of NASCAR is brought to you by Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Straight Talk Wireless. And by Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle auto, home, or motorcycle insurance by visiting progressive.com. Great crowd here at the World Center of Racing on an 81-degree evening here in Florida as we're under caution. And Denny Hamlin, this is a week that just went sideways with the engine penalty to the 11 team, where a loss of driver and playoff points, and now his problems are compounded by this crash where there was at least 18 cars involved.
So let's watch it again. So the 7 of Corey LaJoie, he gets to the
10. Corey got shoved by Larson too, and Larson let off. It is just
when he pushed him, he got into the right rear quarter panel, the car underneath him. He had to
so
turn
really,
to the right.
if we want to go back from that, it was Larson gave him LaJoie the push. And Gragson, I think, just got sideways after that push. So
but I'm surprised more cars didn't get in this wreck.
I like that further backed up replay where we were able to see the full story of it. Is that Nemechek's on board? Where's who's on board that was?
The unpredictability Lee of Daytona strikes again. Ross Chastain came in +1 above the cut line, and now they have a damaged race car. Phil Surgeon told his guys, we cannot go down a second lap, so time very limited here to work on.
They're still running a lap down, but yeah, that front end
Well, you can
is
see it sparking right there as it drags the race.
messed up on that one
It's
car.
very hard for the one to get the minimum speed. That's what's required to get yourself off the damaged vehicle policy. And now this, for the front of the field, is a straight-up call. Everybody will come to pit road and fill up with fuel.
Yep.
33 laps to go, so inside a window, Marty.
And Joey Logano,
Well, there goes Mike. There goes the thought about people making the stage. They're easily able to just top up and make it to the end of the stage now.
Austin Cindric, who pits from the 5th position, very happy.
That's what they're all probably going to do is fuel only.
Then they have no internet on their box. They're not able to give info.
Yep.
Bottom left, Chris Buescher looking to defend
Well,
his
more
win.
fuel for
only also for Buescher,
Bubba's
Dave.
crew.
No tires ready for the leader.
So they're going to come out top 4 there.
Some fuel and he's out of here.
Good stop from Keselowski, who raced him off.
Got
Here
all
is
those
the
Fords,
race off
though.
pit road. Buescher gains one. His teammate
The only
gains one.
non-Ford is
Wallace
fucking Bubba that pitted. One of those that pitted.
For the 9, Napa
Got Chase
Chevy of
done.
Chase Elliott. He's behind the wall. Back in a moment.
Chase's night might be done.
Always been that perfect blend of beauty and
A blend of fast and not so fast. This year, the playoffs come to
Well, I don't know if it depends on what he went to the garage for. If he went to the garage for wreck damage, he's done. But if he went there for mechanical reasons, he could come back out. But he shot the win is done.
perfect racing experience for the whole family. NASCAR Playoffs weekend at Watkins Glen. Get your tickets now at glen.com.
I'm not gonna ban you for saying that, Speed. I don't like when people do that. You can say if you don't like a driver, think you're trash. I'm not gonna ban you for saying that. I don't like that people do that, but
and get access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up
it depends on how many points he has ahead. I know it was only 10 points coming into tonight, Mark, so it depends on what the difference is.
In golf, like in business, success isn't given, it's earned. Every swing is a step towards achieving your dreams. Hard work and dedication are what you
I wouldn't say he right reared
just
him.
like you would trust a caddy's advice.
Radiation. That was my thing. Is it looked like to me, especially when they showed the full SMT data, that they came together. Hamlin came up as Dylan was coming down to avoid Logano, and they got together. That's what I saw. But
Mom, Dad, the new school year is a chance to show off what I'm into. You know how I love
Josh
dinos,
Berry,
how I talk about
3TH.
dinos all the time? Like at all their meals, in the car, through the bathroom.
Larson's still running penalty. I haven't seen him. We know Hamlin for sure. Hamlin is done.
Sharks now. So for back to school, let's
Nobody else
focus
has been
on
confirmed
sharks and
yet.
Only sharks, and if it's not sharks, it's not for me.
Food has definitely been a very dominant voice in my head. That's not the main focus anymore. Dieting, exercising, and adding GLP-1s through Row is a game changer. I have such a sense of mental freedom since I started with Row. Food no
Actually,
longer controls my
to be honest, the worst person for the Cup Series is probably the other driver for Rick Ware.
What we're gonna go do
I mean, Justin Haley's pretty much carrying that team, but the other Rick Ware car has been trash. You want me to throw my 2 cents in?
Welcome back to the Coke Zero Sugar 400 here at Daytona. We are under caution, but speaking of that, I want to say thanks to all of our partners, all of our sponsors for bringing all the green flag action live for you all night long here from Daytona.
There's your plug.
Speedway. So there is a lot of cleaning up going on. There's a lot of repair going
Yeah,
on.
work going on the
with
one
about
car.
18 cars involved in that accident.
I think they're on the
Halfway
DVP.
midway through this second stage.
Bowman's back on pit road, checking in with that car.
Jimmy Johnson, Dale Jarrett, DJ,
Grease is on.
JJ, what do you make of that so far?
Well, Jimmy, we've both been in those situations,
Yes,
the
we
hard
have.
racing, and we saw how crazy it was there tonight. We kind of expected. But you had a pretty interesting take. You were just telling me about what you saw.
Yeah, if we watch the video back, you can see the 5 gives the 7 a push.
Yeah.
And then the 7
I say that started from the push that Corey got from the 5 car. He had so much momentum coming, he had to. His only choice was to push the 10 car, and Gregson's car just got He just got sideways.
Why didn't he just back out and give the guy some room? But that's a great explanation there. I'll tell you,
That's
one takeaway
that's
that I had
that
from
style of
I
racing.
thought Kyle Busch was just far enough in front of that to not get caught up. So with all the bad luck and a fast that he's had before, now he's got a fast race car. Opportunity might be lurking for him.
Luck could be changing for him. I know he's hopeful it really is the case.
And Blaney squeezed through that.
This is Ross Chastain's view.
It's the nature of that racing. No, Russ, that's the nature of this racing. You basically have to go with the push, and it's basically you get chain reaction style wrecks sometimes with that. It's you got to keep going with the momentum. You're basically forced into the box where you have to basically push the guy in front of you.
Guys, half a lap before this big wreck, Bubba Wallace was leading the race and relaxed out front. He was kind of joking with his crew, and listen to the radio.
She look out front, boys. She's pretty. I'm not sure I love being here, but she's pretty.
That was crew chief Booty Barker. I'm not sure I like being out front like that. Well, he likes it now. Sometimes at Daytona.
Points right now as they run.
The wreck very often, in fact, and being out front as they were, that was the prettiest.
Now, Chastain's still not in a must-win yet. You could still realistically point that, but you can't be losing any more points than that.
It's tracking that way, and have a look at those updated points. So Bubba started the race tonight on the wrong side of the cut line. He's now 34 points to the good side.
And we know it's what started his weekend because he emphasized the 6:30 a.m. was the start of the fishing call.
There's the Dex imaging machine, the 21 of Harrison Burton, and you may have noticed in those sequence of replays, you know, and the drivers, every single driver will tell you at a drafting track at a super speedway, it really is sometimes a game of luck. And Harrison Burton got lucky there. He was on the right side, on the inside.
All right, 30 to go in this stage.
The mass and the carnage as we get ready to go back to green.
94 laps to go.
Here in Daytona, let's go. This picture is
outside.
Mirroring this race last year with the RFK teammates at the front. However, that's just changed as here comes Joey Logano. He is pushing Chris Buescher. And what about the ever-present number 4 of Josh Berry? What a night he's having.
And look at the push he's getting from Todd Gilliland. Had Berry sideways down the back straightaway.
That caution will change the complexion of this stage. While fuel is important, it's no longer required to save. Everyone topped off. They have enough to make it. So now, much like stage 1, it's go. Go as hard as you can all the way to the end of stage 2. Try to collect those points.
Well, up until tonight, Marty, Chase Elliott had the best finishing percentage in this field. He completed every lap bar 1. That stat changes right now.
Yeah, and Lee, he was also in a very good spot to win the regular season championship. Any idea from your view what happened, Chase?
No, and I haven't seen it either. But I saw smoke, and you know, I was so far back in the pack at that point. I was just trying to get slowed down and then hope nobody hit me from behind. And unfortunately, neither one of those things happened. So just a bummer, hate it. But yeah, we were really just riding. I think everybody was just trying to get to the stage and you know, put yourself in a good position for that pit stop. And I think that's where kind of all the games had originated. But definitely a bummer. I hate it for everybody involved. Obviously going to have to go and have a really good week next week. But we've been pretty lucky these last few plate races. So we were overdue, unfortunately, and we had to serve our time.
And Lee, it's amazing how quickly his mindset shifts to Darlington next week. Again, still in the fight for the regular season title.
Yeah, Lee, not only that, but how quickly the strategy of all these drivers changed. With so many cars lining up single file because they were penalty cars, they had to at the back of the pack. That killed the energy of that bottom lane. Then it became a worry to be on the bottom because you would lose the draft. Everybody recognized it, immediately got to the top to make sure they didn't be the one that was the first one not in the top. And look how it's changed the complexion.
And count your way back to the 8th place car, and you don't have to rub your eyes. You are seeing correctly. It's Shane Van Gisbergen in his first Cup race on the high banks of Daytona International Speedway. SVG has been in the headlines more for his race wins in the Xfinity Series because just earlier today, Trackhouse announced a 3rd entry in the Cup Series for next year, and the 35-year-old Kiwi will be racing full-time in Cup. A career dream come true.
Absolutely. Every time I talk to him, he talks about just how humbling the ovals in NASCAR basically is to his career and his accolades. And I remind him, I say, well, the good news is you get to show up at a handful of road courses and kind of humble everyone else. His raw speed at the road courses cannot be denied. He's going to now take it full-time Cup racing.
Kim, it didn't go his way last night in the Xfinity Series race, but it's going great right now.
Absolutely, and the goal for today was to get some good runs for Shane and learn a lot. He's still new at these drafting style tracks, but I asked crew chief Travis Mack what that announcement today that he's going full-time Cup racing next season means for SVG and the rest of the year. And he said the announcement takes a lot of pressure off of Shane and allows him to just be more tuned in to what they're doing on the car and what he needs to do on the racetrack, Marty.
Kim, let's chat with Denny Hamlin out of the infield care center. He is fine. What a crazy week for you. So what did you see out of your front windshield? And also, how much did the racing change from stage 1 to stage 2, Denny?
Well, stage 1, everyone was kind of going all out there because we were inside that fuel window where, you know, we're able to run, you know, 100% and then get to the end of the stage. And then stage 2, obviously a little fuel saving going on, which kind of causes a little stack up, but you know, it just seemed like some guys wanted to go, some guys didn't, and it just caused a little contact there.
All right, Denny Hamlin out of it early here at Daytona.
It has been a rough week, to say the least, and think about somebody trying to confirm his spot in the playoffs. Denny Hamlin's already in. Ross Chastain, for Chastain fans, he's 1 lap back.
Yeah, I was kind of interrupted there, so I wasn't talking there for a moment.
Guaranteed to fit every time. So you can keep your ride or die alive.
Yeah, those are two guys that definitely have come to race tonight, Bubba and Kyle.
Look at that jet stream. Weather. Oh boy.
Yep, they're calling it an atmospheric river. It is coming.
And so I have the front row cars, because here comes Gilliland and McDowell.
Are they obsessed?
Back into this.
Oh yeah. The stuff they do on the green screen, unbelievable.
They said 10% chance of rain.
Yeah, I seen him trying to keep the car going, so he's still in the race. It's just that car ain't gonna be competitive.
Save you money when you bundle home and auto with us.
And they're gonna hope for attrition pretty much.
I want to be an actor.
So why don't you act like a good sister and get me some more
Brad's still up here.
I want to be a director now. Let's try a scene where you go get your own.
Penske cars lined up there in the middle.
Action. And cut.
Maybe I'll just go get wings for everybody.
It's Toyota's national sales event. Swipe into end of summer fun with an exciting new Toyota. Whether you're paddle boarding in a RAV4, mountain biking in a Tacoma, or tubing with your best friends in a Camry, you'll find plenty to post about all summer long.
Did you know that
Yeah, Fords would look like they're trying to almost work together. Some of them are. Snooker Bubba there is. Gillen's gonna get the lead.
Ooh, like
Toyota. Let's go places.
Greetings from Daytona, where a band of dreamers took a strip of
Joey's racy.
and turned it.
And there's your Penske trio.
The great American race, where year after year greatness.
Gatto, Cindric, and Blaney in a row on the inside.
So book your experience and soak in 500 miles of history and tradition.
Reddick there in the middle.
You'll never look back. Secure your seats now at Daytona500.com.
Gillen got freight trained.
The NFL is coming back with a 1-2 punch. It's kickoff Thursday at Ravens-Chiefs. Everything you got! And on Friday from Brazil, it's Packers-Eagles. Only on Peacock. 2 nights, back-to-back. On NBC and Peacock.
Geez, I keep forgetting to move the camera. I keep forgetting to move the camera every time they go to commercial. Look at Justin Haley being pushed by Eric Jones.
Offering more than 700 flexible, affordable degree programs online and on campus. And you can get your future on track today by visiting liberty.edu/24. We've actually got 5 technicians on our NBC crew who are graduates from Liberty. So
Ty Gibbs coming back too in at 54. He was involved in that wreck.
A big one. We've had some great racing. We've had some good passing. Different leaders. Out front, it's Joey Logano, who has led the most laps this race so far at 21. And he's being shadowed by his teammate Austin Cindric and Ryan Blaney. It's a Team Penske 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, those guys did a great job of
Kyle
finding
Larson trying to lead the way outside lane. He was involved in that big mess on the back.
We haven't spoken about Tyler Reddick, the guy who has had the most
Went for a
unbelievable
spin.
past 6 or 7 races. And there, all of a sudden, appears the 45.
He is. Many people think the championship favorite right now. They have been fast every weekend. Leading that bottom lane. Haley in that 51 car. He always seems to find himself
Yeah.
to the front.
Keep an eye on Justin Haley on that 51. Winner here in 2019. His only cup win.
Starting to get towards the front. He actually got a little bit of damage in that wreck. They got hit on both sides. I just spoke to his crew chief, Billy Scott. He said they put a little bear bond basically on the rocker pedal, but as they got going...
Oh, Cedric, nice save!
What a save! My God.
Austin, my man. How the hell did you save that?
And Austin Cindric in the Menards.
How the hell did he straighten that thing out?
In the right direction, but how?
A lot of drivers were big fans of Austin Cindric.
I thought he was gone.
That would have been a huge wreck.
What starts that? Oh, no, Larson nailed him. There's a push from Gill into Larson that got into him.
He was too wide, but he gets a push that gets him out of control. But either way, the 5.
Nice save.
The 2. I can't believe it was intentional. It's either lack of information or a push gone bad. I've looked at enough driver data here to know that you think they're in
It was a lead change. Larson out of the lead.
Sometimes, like Jimmy was talking about, that pocket of air. Also, when a car gets in your rear bumper, it's almost steering you.
I just think the drivers are getting more aggressive in the pushes, right? And then
Oh, we're getting to that.
Being pushed. You're
About to reach the halfway point, so.
For you to go, guy behind you keeps pushing you. Only 16 to go in this stage. Is probably
Actually, I think the only way you're gonna call him is he comes back and wins the race. So that's where you can go. Okay, Austin Cindric is him.
What's awesome about race car drivers is all that happened with Austin Cindric, and he just jumped back up in there in the middle. Let's go. Let's do some more.
They're not normal, Diff. They are not normal.
Well, the reactionary flexibility that Austin Cindric just displayed at 190 miles an hour was extraordinary. As Kyle Larson in search of his first top 5 at this racetrack. In that HendrickCars.com.
It's kind of amazing how good Kyle's been everywhere else, and yet he does not have a top 5 finish here
Discount number 8, Kyle Busch,
in the Cup Series.
That Cheddar's machine as he turned his luck around this year.
Looking for a refreshing change?
So Corey, does that mean Austin Dillon or Austin Cindric Daytona winner confirmed?
That's crazy.
Oh, Jones in trouble.
Pure oil.
Tire
Through
down.
your engine. No matter what you drive.
Oh, somebody really blowing up back there though. I think that's Briscoe.
Here's to
No, it's the 16.
Works as hard as you do. Wix Premium Filters. Performance starts here.
Blocked from watching the big match? Save the day by using the Bank of America customized cash rewards card and choose to earn 3% cash back.
Jones got a flat, but the 16 blew up.
This will be a gold mine.
I think we're going to be okay. I think we're going to be okay with Jones getting back to pit road, but
You got your corn pudding, you got your corn chowder.
all of a sudden, boom.
Sometimes.
If a family of 8 were to need a cold plunge, where would they find it?
Oh, then they dip it in butter and bam, it goes right really cute.
That engine went
Like a
kaboom.
blessing on the corn.
Donut shops. How far from here?
No eyebrows?
Think of how light it'll feel.
Yeah, to keep Jones from going a lap down. Most likely.
Homes.com.
Yeah, a lot of flame out of the exhaust
Was this
pipe
fire
now
person's
on
day hard enough for a Mike's Hard Lemonade?
Eric's.
Was it?
Hey. Gary, you happy? You went down. Let's put it.
Keep it cool, cool cat.
Hard days deserve
Put it right
a hard
here.
lemonade.
Right here for
And if
right
we
now.
win, we get to tell you how Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance, so you only pay for what you need.
Isn't that what you just did?
I'm gonna put it back over in the other spot once we go back green.
Time out.
Only pay for what you need.
Thank you for the roar and the fists.
Well,
in
yeah.
the air.
That's kind of what I was saying, Jacob. I think the yellow was more for the 16 blowing up than it was the 43.
Well-worn dedication. Thank you for the first.
They probably would have
race
been fine had the 16
and the
not
lost
blown
cup
up.
race. Thank you for passing it on and on and on to millions of you. Millions of thanks from everyone at NASCAR.
The Coke Zero Sugar 400 has ended prematurely for Kaulig Racing's Shane Van Gisbergen. Check this out. There were multiple incidents happening at the one time. Martin Truex Jr. with a flat front left. Eric Jones, and the plume of smoke is SVG in the middle.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. Fortunately, Jones was able to catch that car. He wasn't in the corner when that right front went down, and everybody was able to get around him.
Well, the flat is obvious very early for the 43. Everyone behind does a nice job of kind of getting around him. I'm not sure what happened. It's crazy to think that that flat tire and the expired engine are connected, but the timing says the opposite.
And it was all happening 1, 2, 3 because Truex was way behind just coming off turn 2. He was experiencing that flat, and then this is Van Gisbergen bringing it back to pit road.
Yeah, that fire is out of the pipes.
Oh.
From the engine failure.
Thank you.
Several fires tonight, but that was just
Thank you. I forgot about that. I keep forgetting that. I tried to make it a thing. I keep forgetting the last couple of streams to do that.
Tough night last night too in the Xfinity Series race because he was in
That's right.
pretty
I need the
decent
hat.
position and then was just in the wrong time.
I need the hat.
Let's talk more with Kim.
Yeah, Lee, and the goal for this team was to make it to the end. Obviously, that's not going to happen. They felt like if they were to make it to the end, they could have a top 10 finish here, which would be wonderful for the driver learning on this drafting track. On that incident, Shane came on the radio and said, I didn't hear or feel anything. It just expired.
So, a weekend to remember, but not necessarily for the right reasons for Shane Van Gisbergen. As we check in with Jimmy Johnson and DJ Dale Jarrett. What's happening, fellas?
Well, there's a lot happening. We expect a lot of happening.
So much going on.
Yes, but a lot of crazy things that we don't normally see. But any insight into what might have happened with Eric Jones in the 43 and right front tire?
Yeah, I don't know what led to all that chaos, but talking to the shop in our war room, we knew we had some damage on the 43 car from that previous incident. We thought that the toe was off in the front, and when I saw the flat tire, I thought maybe it just wore through the tire due to a toe issue. But with all the other chaos,
The hat has helped a couple of times this season, so
But kind of a break for Eric Jones there and the team.
it's been there for the good and been there for the bad. So.
But get the tire changed.
yeah, to have Shane blow up like that and bring out the caution, I'm not sure if the 43 was able to stay on the lead lap or not, but I know he was very thankful to look up in the mirror and see all that smoke and know that the caution was coming out.
Yeah, had a lot of speed. Back to you, Lee.
Yeah, kind of, we were settling into a rhythm with about 15 laps to go in stage 2, and then it all came undone on the back stretch with 3 different incidents all at the same time.
I didn't even know Truex lost the tire, but everybody was
You might
saying.
be able to speculate that some debris or something off the 43.
Well, I
maybe
need to figure out how to
a
get
cooler
the
or
authentication.
If it was a
I'm having a problem with the two-way
But to be on the
authentication for me to
straightaway,
actually use the mod commands
shocking to me
in
that those are
Regis's Discord.
I mean, it's obviously not an oil leak. I mean, we have fire pouring out the pipes. The engine has expired. Just eerie coincidence. Crazy timing.
A lot of fire tonight. First it was Hamlin. Hamlin was the instigator on Daniel Suarez. Now Shane Van Gisbergen.
And this is one of those nights where, you know, as the field of clean cars starts to dwindle, as we see
It's
now,
all about
Chastain,
attrition.
who has got off that damaged clock, as you mentioned, that minimum speed, to be able to continue repairs. But you want to stay on your game. You don't want to give up, even though there's so many damaged vehicles out there.
Think about what happened here in February,
Is
though.
where fans play on game day.
And who was one of the players late in the race until they spun on the last lap coming to the check or coming to the white flag
Just log in daily for
was
your
Ross,
chance to
who
win.
I think had a somewhat
Plus,
damaged car,
new
or
customers
partially damaged
sign
car.
up and get up to $1,000 in bonus bets. It's time to suit up for season opener. This is Fanatics Sportsbook, the most rewarding sportsbook.
Yes. The clock basically goes away if you make minimum speed. So at that point, you pretty much can come spend as much time as you want on pit road once the clock goes away. So,
Let's go, please.
but you got to make minimum speed first.
Introducing Valvoline Restore and Protect, a first-of-its-kind innovation that returns pistons to factory clean
by removing up to 100% of deposits. Restore your engine to perform like new. All new Restore and Protect. Another first from Valvoline.
Getting a fresh deal at Subway has never been easy. Just buy any footlong in the app, get another free. Like the All-Pro Sweet Onion Teriyaki with juicy chicken or the Ultimate BMT.
I might have a different
ham and salami.
last question, last prediction than what I normally do.
I got you next time, buddy.
So be aware of that when we get to stage 3.
In golf, like in business, success isn't given, it's earned. Every swing is a step towards achieving your dreams. Hard work and dedication are what you need to get ahead. Just like you would trust a caddy's advice on the course, you can trust the advice of your insurance agent to get small business insurance from AmTrust. Whatever you're passionate about, take the lead, and AmTrust will be by your side.
I'm PGA Tour player Denny McCarthy, and I'm proud to be a part of Team AmTrust.
History is made here, where champions are born, and greatness is earned. Who will be the one at the Tour Championship?
Toyota is proud to recognize one of their own, Martin Truex Jr., in his final drive here at Daytona as a full-time driver. When his retirement was announced, Truex's Team Toyota teammates were asked about his impact both on and off the track.
I really respect Martin because he's done NASCAR his own way. He doesn't get caught up in the pageantry of NASCAR. He does what Martin does, and he's been very successful at that.
Martin Truex Jr. Yeah, baby, 4,500! In dominating fashion.
I feel like when you think of him, you think of Toyota for sure. You know, what he's been able to accomplish with them over the years, transcending to the top of the sport.
I've wanted this since I was a little kid, and just never give up, man. Never give up on your dreams, no matter what happens.
He is one of the top 3 drivers, I feel like, in the Cup Series.
I've always had a great working relationship with Martin. He's just been one of the best teammates I could ever ask for.
With over a decade of success as a Toyota driver, Martin is one of only 2 Toyota drivers to earn the NASCAR Cup Series championship, with 32 of his total 34 wins coming with the team. Toyota wishes the 19 car the best of luck, the fight in the playoffs, and at the moment he is still leading the way as far as the highest place on points in the playoff.
Yeah, what a career. 2-time Xfinity champion, Cup champion.
That should say back-to-back Xfinity champion too.
He really has, and he's stuck to his values and his morals, even as the sport has changed and it's become more aggressive and sometimes even more acceptable to knock someone out of the way. Martin has said, that's not how I race. I'm going to stay true to who I am, and he's been successful doing it.
It's funny when a driver and a sponsor turn into such a partnership that they match with one another, like Bass Pro Shops, Toyota, Martin Truex Jr., right? Like, he just kind of fits that mold. As you see the cars peel off on the pit road with his short sprint to the finish. We'll see what the decisions are for all these teams, Marty.
Yeah, Todd Gilliland giving up third to come to pit road. This is the team that needs a win, and this shows it. Not worried about stage points, but this will make the next stop shorter for the 38 team, Dave.
Kyle Busch gives up 8th position. He was told, here's the play. We take the 4 tires now. Maybe at the stage break, we only do fuel. That will save time for sure.
And released and sent. And here we go. Jones on the left, Van Gisbergen on the right. It was chaotic. We're getting ready to go back to green.
Welcome to the land of the free, where we pledge allegiance to the flag. Salute the
I thought it was going to be insane as having.
Cup to the new gladiators who dare take on the last great cup.
They're going to be having Bristol as the cutoff race for that
NASCAR
first
weekend returns to Bristol Motor
round
Speedway
again.
September 19th through 21st. Get a weekend package and see Dale Jr. race on Friday. There's no place like Bristol. It's not just a race. It's Bristol, baby.
There wouldn't be an hour in the day that I wouldn't think about my hair thinning.
I hid under my hat for a good 3 years.
I experienced many challenges with prescribed medication.
Losing your sex drive feels very shameful.
My dermatologist recommended Nutrafol.
It's 100% drug-free and clinically tested.
Within 3 months, there was new growth.
My hair was stronger, and I don't have to choose between my health or my hair.
Try the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement brand at Nutrafol.com.
Dog.
Join the million-plus fans who have made game days more entertaining by playing along on Underdog. Basketball fans from all over the United States have won over $1 billion. Sign up with promo code POSTER to claim your player's special and deposit offer. Underdog Fantasy, calling all dogs.
No one outpieces the hunt.
This is setting up for a spectacular end to stage 2 as we welcome you back to the Coke Zero Sugar 400 here at Daytona International Speedway. Just everybody getting assembled after their respective stops, the ordering correct, and getting ready, Kim, for a mad scramble to the end of the second stage.
Well, let's catch up with another crew member of the 3 team. Ray Wright is the longtime pit crew coach for RCR in the #3, but college baseball fans of the early 2000s know him for a different reason, the catch. You're seeing it right there. In 2000, LSU captured its 5th College World Series title. As an outfielder for the Tigers in that finale, Wright had a game-altering out that saved 3 runs. That catch helped LSU get to a 6-5 victory over Stanford. The game-changing catch was captured by a photographer, making the moment live on forever. Today, that photo is framed, hanging in Wright's office at the shop. He told me he looks at it every day as a reminder of hard work. And speaking of catching, he's actually catching the hose during pit stops for Austin's teammate this weekend, the 8 team of Kyle Busch.
To tell them we're a Big Ten network. I'm not sure if we can promote the Go LSU that threw it up there, but I can appreciate it. You see the smile?
Yeah.
He saw the picture of the picture, and he got that smile that came back. That's pretty cool.
Ray was at RCR when I was there. Such a hard worker.
Well, I'm going to have a couple laps to go in this stage.
We were talking just off air a moment ago. And
7 to go.
And amongst all that chaos, there are still 31 cars on the lead lap.
It's quite shocking. I thought we lost half the field on the back.
Yeah, still 31 cars.
But they've rebounded. And the Toyota Camry pace car.
There we go. 7 to go in stage 2.
A wild run to the end of stage 2. 7 to go. Here we go. Who do you like the look of? Who has worked their way forward the most effectively?
These short runs on super speedway races are aggressive. They are wild. Heart rate through the roof right now. Drivers know they're going to have to do things they don't necessarily want to if they're going to win this stage.
And crew chiefs holding our collective breath. Just hopefully the car runs all 7 laps. We have a chance to continue.
Look, the RFK Fords have been ever present in this race.
Finished 1-2 in this race last year. The RFK Fords.
Logano has been at the front more than anybody for 31 laps tonight. And his
Over there in line with his teammate. Gonna push Blaney back to Logano. Ooh, the very top lane. That was Cindric. I thought was gonna hit the wall there. He got close. It's him pushing Gibbs, I think. Yep, that's Gibbs up there in front of him.
This gives us a nice window into the future when they're racing to the line for real at the end of 160 laps.
Watch where the runs come outside now there. That's Bell up there now leading it.
The cup race to determine the top 16 who will contest the playoffs.
That one is as tough as this one is chaotic. You don't want to go to Darlington thinking you just have to have a, quote, good run or solid run.
Inside lane just lost another car. McDowell jumped, or Todd Gillen jumped up from the bottom to the top. Oh wow, Bubba's gonna force them 3. There's that high lane again, the third lane. I'm telling you.
Here comes William Byron.
Yeah, Lee Diffie's the lead commentator now until the end of the year racing.
Reddick pushing Wallace. How effective will it be? The RFK Fords are pushing Hendrick Star in Kyle Larson.
4 to go in the stage.
Continue to push until you see that last lap. Then push him
I
out
love
here,
the
enough room to go by him.
Toyota's using that top lane. Penske duo in the middle. And then the RFK car's pushing Larson on the inside.
Josh Berry won stage 1. Josh is a little further back. He's in 13th at the moment.
And Brad jumped up in front of Joey.
If the field looks like it's starting to shrink, it's because it is. It's so intense that cars that don't think they can make the top 10 are starting to fall off the back of the pack.
Here comes Kyle
Oh, inside it's broken up. Outside. Or the current outside lane for the leaders at least. Third lane still trying to come. 3 to go.
He's been close. He
In
like
stage
multiple times, and
2.
It just hasn't worked out.
Now Keselowski switches lines with 3 to go.
4 Fords lined up in the center.
Pushing Larson. Logano's in behind him. And then Kyle Busch just ahead of Michael McDowell.
Cindric
switches to that low line. What a recovery that was right here before. After side-slapping with Kyle Larson, it could have been night.
2 to go in stage 2.
We go on board with thanks to Hunt Brothers Pizza to his teammate Joey Logano.
Watch this push right here from Logano, right to the rear bumper. This is when the cars
2 to go on the stage. The leader at the line might have been Brad. It was Brad.
Logano gonna push him all the way to 1, then get away from him.
That's why I said I like Joey behind Brad there.
In search of his first stage win at Daytona. Brad
I like that
Keselowski
duo.
looking for his first stage win this year.
Yeah, and clearly they're gonna get to have the edge and down the backstretch. Damn. I didn't think I have an edge. I just didn't think it'd be that big an edge.
Hold on tight. Last lap of stage 2 coming up.
All right, last lap, stage 2.
Oh, Keselowski trying to put a block on Logano, knew he couldn't do it, backed out of it. That was a smart
Outside
move.
with the run.
Even so, though, the loss of momentum is going to really hurt the inside lane.
Question is, will Todd sit there and be a good teammate with the Fords, or is he going to try to win the stage?
They've been together as much as McDowell and Gilliland and as much as Chris Buescher and Brad Keselowski.
I'm going to try to duck on Joey here.
Can Blaney push Logano to a stage win?
Or will it be the Penske duo finishing 1-2 in the stage? It looks like it. Oh, Brad with a run! Oh, does he have enough time to get there? I don't know. He's going to have a run. Coming to the high line, it is Joey winning stage 2. And they were 3 abreast at the line like they were in stage 1.
That'll give us a little flavor for a little later on.
That is literally how we finished the first stage.
How about that? It has been a crazy night here in Daytona with fires, flats, crashes,
Telling you.
and cars out. But still plenty of action to come.
We could avoid the big mess on the last lap.
Third and final stage.
I can't wait to see what we see at the end, you know?
My double award card didn't earn enough miles for my vacation. Are you crying? No. Are you crying because of that other card?
Alright, guys.
There's no crying in baseball.
Now in the past, I've done a winner prediction for this, where I just put in drivers and you guys pick whichever driver you think is going to win.
There's no crying.
I'm going to do something different.
What's in your wallet? Let's play ball.
Mom, with these sandwiches, I'm gonna be the coolest guy in the lunchroom. I need to practice my cool guy greetings. Sup. Sup. Sup.
When I started college, so many people warned me about credit cards. They just seemed really scary. When I needed a car,
I'm gonna make this
I
as
realized
simple
that I needed to build
as it
credit.
is.
So I got the Chime Credit Builder card because I could safely build credit without being afraid of fees or interest.
Simply
And there was
put,
no credit check. My score went up over 60
a new
points,
winner
and I
will
bought
win
my
this
first car.
race.
As a busy
True or
college
false?
student, having a car is an absolute must.
Basically, what
I
I'm
feel
saying
like
is we see a different winner
my
tonight.
next goal, a 700
Do you agree to
credit
that,
score.
or do you not
Join
agree
me
to
at
that?
Time.com.
Sweat isn't sweet.
I'm gonna make this challenging.
Element. More electrolytes.
Will it be a
zero
repeat
sugar.
winner
You feel
or a
the
new
difference
winner?
when you get it right.
And the only reason I'm doing that is because this is Daytona, and me just putting a bunch of drivers, be realistic here, I could pull any 5 or 6 drivers, and any one of them could still have it. Any one of those could have a shot. So
Always been active my whole life. Mental toughness was no.
I'm gonna make this different.
You know, I'm maple bacon doing that.
Will we see a new winner tonight?
That's for my kryptonite.
The statement is we will see a new winner tonight. And basically, I'm asking, do you find that as a true state? Is it going to be a true statement?
It's amazing.
Or am I lying to you?
Military mindset and a shot.
Meet the weekly shop that helps you lose weight. Connect with the provider.
2 answers.
We all know
Which way on the fence do you stand?
But Monday nights, that's a whole other story. Because that's when Raw is bringing that heat. So you better be watching Raw.
It's been fun though. It's honestly been a fun race tonight. I'm hoping we get more of the racing like that, and less of the wrecks, to be honest. Let that one wreck be the only wreck we see, and keep more of the racing like we're seeing it. First time winner for the season, Tristan. Which could be a first time winner as well. It's just,
NBC Sports coverage of NASCAR.
it's more, is it, it's a first new winner this year, basically. We will see a new winner this season. For this season tonight. I was trying to figure out the best way to phrase it, but I only have a limited amount of space to phrase it.
Under caution for the end of the second stage here at Daytona International Speedway. Lead Diffie, Steve Letard.
So it's a new winner. What the statement is basically asking is we will see a new winner this season tonight. True or false?
Marty Snyder, Dave Burns, Kim Kuhn, Parker Kligerman. We've got the whole gang here.
Do you agree to that, or do you not agree to that?
Center of racing. And Joey Logano successfully wins
I'll plead my case, because I argued this last night, that I had a feeling we would not see a new winner tonight. That would be somebody that's already won this year that wins tonight.
Speaking of the pit box, let's join the fellas now, guys.
Which we've seen both Joey and Brad, Blaney, Larson.
You can already see the blocks, the moving up and finding other lanes to move in.
No, I wouldn't count that, Tristan. It would have to be a first time, a new winner this year.
I'm really impressed with the speed that the Fords have had. They've been really at the front of the field controlling.
If it's somebody that's already won a race this year,
the 22 with these aggressive blocks. I mean, he's one of the
that
best.
won't.
His rear view camera system and knowing how to make those tight squeezes. And then the other one for me, I think that has shown the most speed, and you and I chatted about this earlier, was the 4 car. That car receives a push and has the longest legs and continues to run over anything that I've seen out there.
Yeah, and the one driver I'm looking at that I saw come to the forefront there, Justin Haley, who is a former winner here. Not one of the big teams, but watch out for him here.
He's done a great job.
The funny thing is, I got the Peacock one still going. It's literally in the same sync as this other one, so.
Pit road's going to get lively. Marty Snyder kicks it off, mate.
Yeah, Lee, to Jimmy's point a moment ago, Team Penske working so well together. Ryan
If
Blaney and Joey Logano, they got a playoff point in the bank for Logano.
If I'm correct, this stop here at the end of stage makes it a one-stop race. Meaning everybody would have to come back to pit road at least once.
Kim, you never know when an extra lap of fuel might do you some good. good here at Daytona. Driver Brad Keselowski asked, maybe we should stay and just pit with 1 to go. That's what they're going to do. They'll lose all their track position, but they'll have 1 lap better.
Brad, different strat.
Talk about the value of fuel. He's going to go from the first car, or nearly the first car in the field, all the way to the back just to get just 1 more lap of fuel.
This football season, Fanatics Sportsbook is where fans play on game day. So, we're counting down to kickoff.
Yeah, I think it pretty much is a one-stop race now.
Jerseys are dropping every single day. Just
Sounds
log in
correct,
daily for your chance to win. Plus, new customers sign up and get up to $1,000 in bonus bets. It's time to suit up for season opener. This is Fanatics Sportsbook, the most rewarding sports.
That's what I should have titled the stream.
Okay, ideas. Where are we going?
I got one.
I got one.
The song.
What about a comedy show?
I've seen you. I've swiped on you. No. Okay.
Ooh, I got an idea.
I feel hungry.
Let's go.
Whatever your vibe,
Tacos.
Definitely tacos.
find it in the all-new, all-hybrid Camry. Toyota, let's go places.
My competition is fierce. The sweat, the grit.
As I said, as it's still going on, for those that are unaware with the prediction, I'm basically saying that we will see a new winner this season. Is what the statement says. If you agree to that, you bet on the true. If you don't agree to that and think somebody that's already won this year is going to win,
When it really counts.
New Olay Cleansing Melts, the official facial cleanser of Team USA.
more likely they'll split it in half, Jacob. If we stay green, they're going to split it till when that last window. They're going to take it to where that last window opens.
You guys seen this?
If we stay green. The real question comes in, if we get a late caution, what do you do? And more than likely you're staying out, but I don't know. We'll see.
Always $1.99 each.
We're going to have less than 60 to go to figure that out, so
free rewards program.
about 60 to go.
Points that turn into member-only rewards. You can earn every time you check in for a race. Trade points in for free tickets, exclusive gear, autographed merchandise, and one-of-a-kind race day experiences. Simply go to NASCAR.com/fan-rewards. And we want to thank the fans for turning out in force tonight for this Coca-Cola Zero Sugar 400. All right, let's get an update on Ricky Stenhouse Jr. with Marty. What you got?
Yeah, we've been embedded with a 47 team. A lot of cars pitted with 1 to go, including Stenhouse's crew chief, Mike Kelly. So walk me through that decision process to come with 1 to go.
So yeah, basically 660 to go.
In our car as we can, knowing this will be the last run here. He who has the most amount of fuel with the shortest amount of stop will put themselves in good position here at the end, and that's been our game plan all night, is just kind of ride, take care of our car, stay out of harm's way, and we'll get ready to go race here and turn him loose.
Yeah, he mentioned it, Lee. Ricky Stenhouse has kind of ridden all night long, but Mike Kelly told him a moment ago it's time to go race in stage 3.
Well, you heard it, just how
Well, we thought the first 2 stages were fun. This is going to be the final 60 laps. Looks like Barry's going to be the leader.
We are going to take
McDowell,
a listen to the 3.
Haley, Bush, Cindric, Burton.
And have a listen to that call.
Harrison Burton kind of been hanging around there.
Pace car. Let's go. And
It's
have
like
a listen to stage
Briscoe.
3. Let's do it.
I believe that's Hocevar. Oh, that's the 71, Smith. And Dylan. Outside with all the momentum at the moment.
Thanks to Brandon Benesh.
Barry trying to get help from Haley.
Michael McDowell leads the field down the
They're going to have a nice little run there into 3.
It's amazing the work they do with
Dell
those
keeps the
binoculars,
lead.
right? It's one thing to say it works good down the backstretch, but then here, off from turn 4, coming below the grandstands, they have to move the binoculars, refocus, find
Barry
their
moved
car,
up.
and then pick them back up as they go away. Remember,
Dell
from the start
covers.
finish line into turn 1, if we look they're driving away from the spotters. So depth perception, very, very difficult into turn one to try to decide they could be clear left or right, but just a few inches.
Yeah, I love that outside
What a night
momentum.
Josh Berry is having. Jimmy spoke to DJ about it earlier, and that 4 is
Yeah, look
back
what
at the front.
Grid
just
does
ahead
if
of
McDowell leading.
Jimmy asked earlier where you wanted to be when you save fuel.
Which is
and that's what
Bubba
this
back
all
below
about,
the
59
below the
miles.
cut
It's a
line
200-mile-an-hour game of chess.
and puts it
that you
between
see
him and Busher.
Or almost getting down in front of Haley. You can't give up track position by saving too much fuel. You can't get track position by burning too much fuel. Somewhere there's a magic spot to be.
This inside line, only 3 cars on the bottom. It's going to be hard for them to keep pace. Some more cars are
Top
coming.
3 Fords.
Folks, have a look at the graphic on your screen. The season wins. The cars at the front. It's a bit of an open landscape there with Austin Cindric, the sole winner in the top 9 cars in this race. Toyota on board. John Hunter Nemechek.
Well, that's right now. That's again for the channel point prediction. That's definitely something to keep an eye on. Right now, advantage would go to us getting a new winner.
See the 17 of Chris Buescher, top of your screen, the 1 of Ross Chastain, the 1 all the way back to the lead lap with all those repairs. Doing a nice job, continuing to just count those points the best they can. The problem is on the left side, you see Bubba Wallace currently out at 18 or 19 now. That's because McDowell is leading. Remember, a new winner changes that line. It moves it instantly.
And now that bottom lane, look at all the cars that are now in it. That's
Yeah,
much
but the
more
outside
momentum
still
than
with
they
the
had before.
advantage. The inside needs another push to come to their front of the line.
To the right-hand side on the high line there from John Hunter Nemechek's Toyota onboard, you see the 71 of Zane Smith. And if you didn't see the news overnight, Zane, who's driving for Spire on loan from Trackhouse and Smith have parted ways. And so Zane is actively, effectively looking for what 2025 looks like for him. He's tucked in behind Harrison Burton, who runs 7th at the moment.
Big push right here coming. 14 car Chase Briscoe pushing Cindric.
Wow, look at
Ooh, Barry.
And Haley trying to block
Tried to duck out of line there. Haley covered it.
Cindric took that
And now
push
Cindric going to
and
lead the
picked up 2 or 3
inside.
spots and then immediately jumped to the outside.
Or Briscoe, excuse me, going to lead the inside. And these Fords have been the story of the day, it seems like. Or night, I should
Well, as
say.
we watch him in that top lane running in the 3rd position, something interesting on his radio when they got going on the stage and he was pushing McDowell, his spotter came on the radio and said, let's establish credibility pushing McDowell. And Jeff, I think this is something interesting that fans don't always realize.
Well, Briscoe got shuffled.
Who you're going to work with before a race, but sometimes those sort of packs that we see just sort of happen from who you work best with within the race. That's exactly what they were trying to do with McDowell to show him that they could be a pusher.
Yeah, Parker, you have a plan when you go into this race, but you just have no idea. You could have a teammate, and for some reason your cars don't line up well. You can't push that guy. You have to make those decisions on the fly.
The 2021 Daytona 500 winner leads the way. And he was so close at Talladega this year as well, Michael McDowell.
And McDowell looking for redemption for that kind of late block at Talladega late in that race. Somebody got against the wall. That might have been Jones that may have got the wall possibly. He was close to it.
Richard Childress Racing. Let's take you back there now and have a listen.
22's helped a little bit detached now. They shucked him. Now he's going to have to get down to the bottom. All 2x2 now. Up here, that broke up the 22 and the 12. 3/4, 3/4. 33, 12, 54, 43 behind with us.
Little slow car there coming off pit road.
3/4 off front.
Was down there on the apron.
31, 14, keeping the gap at 3 to 2 more. Still 3/4.
Again, thanks to Brandon.
Nemechek trying to get
inside that world of
stay up here, get inside.
And that trust is the biggest word. Clarity and trust for the spotter to help the driver.
52 to go now.
Tell us more about Michael McDowell, Dave.
Who's burning the most fuel, Lee? That is Michael McDowell. Is his crew chief, Travis Peterson, stressed about it? He said no. He told the driver, let's go out and control this race for now. I'm not worried about a couple seconds extra as we get closer to maybe the final pit stop
Just
here.
trying to get a little bit of a run here.
They have this race circled as their opportunity to get into the playoffs with a win. That includes Justin Haley, who has won at Daytona in the Cup Series.
Nemechek actually going to be alongside Barry. I think he cleared him there.
It's been a
Nemechek is third.
from where they were right now. Justin giving no feedback, just the spotter talking overall happy.
Now
with the
Larson
handling of
leads
that
the
race car.
inside.
How about the run from Legacy Motor Club's John Hunter Nemechek in third, just ahead of Josh Berry, well positioned. His teammate Eric Jones.
Cindric now going to jump down there on the inside. He's got his Penske teammate behind him.
Flat earlier, Jones is on the lead lap and runs 20th.
Do this for now.
Ready to rise to the challenge above obstacles.
Haley needs a bit of a run. That's why he keeps kind of almost like backing up to the car behind him to try to see if he can get a run there. Barry now going to look low.
If so, we're looking for you. Join us at Toyota Racing.
The thing about favorites is they're only your favorite until a new favorite tells your old favorite to beat it.
Introducing the all-new Sonic Smasher. So good, it's about to be your next new favorite.
Yo, I'm not a big fan of change, but I'm willing to try it. I gotta tell people about this. Yo.
The all-new Sonic Smasher. Live free, eat Sonic.
Wanna live free? We've come along.
I'm only going to put it here until
from dirt tracks to super
being
speedways
moved
and every
to
track
that full
in
screen.
Never backing down, pushing boundaries, and giving it everything we've got. Yeah, we've come a long way, but there's still a lot more road to run.
Yeah, it's good. I'd say it's decent.
Goodyear,
Like their shades.
the official tire of NASCAR.
Who's up for a little bit of chaos?
It's Larson.
A dash of drama. A touch of temper. Who's down to take it to the streets? To bring the triangle. To hit the bricks. Who's game for a little fireworks between friends? See, that's a trick question. With the playoffs coming, there are no friends.
Who will have the edge to push their limits and make it one step closer?
Outside still with the advantage. Barry trying to lead the inside.
The race continues at the BMW Championship.
That stage is where dreams come true.
We are all rooting for you.
Here we go.
Welcome to the live show.
That was as good as I've ever seen. America is gonna love you.
There's $1 million at stake. Are you ready to choose a champion?
AGT is live. Tuesday and Wednesday on NBC and Peacock.
And now we move back to here.
With 47 laps to go in this Coca-Cola Zero Sugar 400, Michael McDowell is in command at the front of this race. I want to take a look at the Xfinity fastest lap, and it is owned by that man there on your screen, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. He did it on lap 28 of this 160-lap race.
Well, let's ride along with him. Got a foot cam. Watch what he's doing. Using the brake and the gas. See a little bit of brake right there. Just modulating his gap from the 43. See, he's not wide open. He's just trying to save a little bit of fuel. And really nowhere to go anyway right now.
46 to go.
Sometimes he'll go wide open. Just trying to make sure he doesn't let the car in front of him get too far away.
Now you're doing your legendary analysis, but you were remiss to do your TV job. You were meant to say something. Go on.
I'm eating it. The Little Bites Biggie muffins. Got a whole carton of them behind me. They're great.
I think this is fascinating because people who have watched speedway racing, I think just all the drivers ride around here wide open, right? Like they do in qualifying. But this is a perfect example of even in the pack where you want to carry as much speed. I know he's out of the gas some to save gas, Jeff, but even if he wasn't trying to save gas, a little bit of brake, a little bit of, you have to control these runs. It's still pretty artistic with the feet.
Yeah, that's right. We've seen what happens when it doesn't get timed right. We've seen the wrecks. We've seen guys get spun around. There will be a moment in this race where he is no longer on the brakes.
Yep. Brad's going to stick it to the middle. Joey going to go with him. Cindric going to go with him in the middle.
Little shot.
Barry moved up too.
Marty, what you got?
Lee, it's a fascinating game within the game here on pit road. So in essence, Michael McDowell and the 34 team is trying to bait everybody else to run hard here. Don't save fuel, even though the crew chiefs do want their drivers to save fuel. So Steve, what's the message to your driver? I just talked to Paul Wolfe. He said, listen, they're kind of forcing us to run harder than we would like to because we cannot lose the track position.
Well, saving gas is only relative to the rest of the field. So if I'm back in the pack, let the leader run as hard as he wants. You know, the pace of the field is the pace of the field. You're all running together. So if the leader wants to save gas, you still save more. The difference from the leader to 15th is still the difference, regardless of how much you're using.
And Justin Haley in that Rick Ware Racing Machine sitting second said before this race, I feel the Fords have got good fuel economy anyway.
And here's the perfect example. On the right side of your screen, split data between McDowell and Ricky Stenhouse. Look at the green bar under McDowell. Look at
Again,
the green bar
could see a new winner tonight.
To 23rd.
Again, the prediction's still going on. It hasn't wrapped up completely yet, so still time to get some channel point prediction in.
Running faster than the leader, using half throttle. That is the whole beauty of the draft and being in traffic and being able to save gas.
Barry continuing to try to lead that second lane.
The problem, or not the problem, the challenge though is, remember, they don't have fuel gauges.
Ooh, that almost went sideways. That almost went sideways. I was just getting ready to say that Haley had been covering Barry's moves, and that was almost went wrong.
There was actually changed the runs. He thought that might have contributed to that backstretch accident.
McDowell covers. Haley ducked low.
Yeah, Barry's still trying to make ground.
Barry's got John Hunter Nemechek and Kyle Larson behind him on the high line. McDowell is doing a
right now, McDowell and Justin Haley are kind of just controlling this.
And Cindric's getting pushed. Here comes Haley. Haley goes to that low line and gets pushed.
Justin wants the lead.
That was as aggressive of a block as you can pull.
He's going to get it.
He used it to
Justin Haley to the point.
Push from the 22 to the 2. Haley judged that and missed being wrecked by inches.
Justin Haley, in his 5th appearance in this summertime Daytona race, is celebrating his 5th anniversary of winning here in that rain-shortened event. And he's at the front of this field.
It's getting down to crunch time. We're down to basically it's going to be 40 to go at the line, so.
Penske teammate still on the bottom of the racetrack. Joey Logano pushing.
Inside still trying to do. Now it's Cindric leading it. Now look what that would do to the cutoff, the playoffs. Justin wins it.
What went down in qualifying. The speed of the blue oval cars are impressive here at the World Center of Racing. They hold down the top 6 spots right now.
That was gonna be my prediction coming into the day that the Fords were gonna be contenders here, and so far they've been proving it tonight. They swept the stages.
Let's take another look at Justin Haley's move, Jeff. This got your attention.
It did, because there was a big move on the inside with Cindric and Logano. I mean, that was as close as it gets.
Michael Jordan's like, wow. Oh, man. Michael's enjoying it a little bit, though.
39 laps to go.
Michael, that's how you become a fan. That's how you become a fan.
Welcome to your life.
You can run from a bully for so long, but after a while, you're going to have to stand up to it.
What did the president know, and when did he know it?
I am about to start the biggest war of this century.
You told me you wanted to make a difference in this world.
What would you have me do?
I want you to fight.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
Rated PG-13, may not be suitable for children under 13.
There is nothing like a Wendy's Frosty.
And they're side by side for the lead.
It's creamy. It's only $1 right now. Wait, what? The one and only Frosty is $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Love your phone, but
Damn
not
it.
the cost of your current plan? No problem with
Head.
Straight Talk.
Itchy
Bring the
head.
phone you love and get one line for $25 a month when you switch to Straight Talk. That's up to half off the price of the competition.
Yep.
Plus,
Everybody wants to rule the world.
Get a $200 credit for a new phone after 12
The
months.
cover of the song, but
With
yeah.
Straight Savings, you save now and later. It just makes sense. Straight Talk. Real unlimited data. Less dollars, more cents.
Introducing Valvoline Restore and Protect, a first-of-its-kind innovation that returns pistons to factory clean by removing up to 100% of deposits. Restore your engine to perform like new. All new Restore and Protect, another first from Valvoline.
Oh boy. Port. I know he's not in the chat because he's at the track, but that's what Hamill told me. That the rumor is that Justin's going back to Spire. Not confirmed yet, but the rumor is Justin's going back to Spire. That's what he said. Which I think kind of sucks because
The race continues at the BMW
Justin's been such a big help to Rick Ware, so
36 to go here in the Coke Zero Sugar 400. Justin Haley for Rick Ware Racing leads the way, and he's led more laps tonight than what he did when he won.
okay, now I think we're going to be getting close to pit stops here because now we're starting to string it out.
Here in Daytona.
Might be getting close to green flag stops here.
Toyota driver update, and it happens to be John Hunter Nemechek, the highest placed Toyota runner who sits in third at the moment. Started 31st. He's having a great run.
All by himself.
Not at all surprised right now.
Down at 14th. And why that matters is if they start pitting, many times we see them pit with manufacturers. The first Toyota's a long way behind Nemechek.
So let's set the stage. 35 to go. If you come to
34 to go now.
Make it to the finish on fuel. The trick is, what are you going to do when you're on pit road? History says gas only. And we heard the crew chief of the 47 say, for as little time in the pit box as possible, to do that, you have to save fuel. Let's listen in to Kyle Larson in the 5 car.
Give me a little more on the saving side.
So we talk about saving gas like they're setting the cruise control riding around here. Every driver has a different tool. They have digital dashes. Some like lights, some like bars, some like target throttle position. They can see if they're 50% throttle, 70% throttle. There's 100 different ways to do it. Each driver has their favorite, and the crew chief and the driver have to keep coaching each other.
When I said my fantasy that I play, I said Brad was mine. But I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you right now. All I'm going to say is I think a Ford might win this race. That's the only thing I can maybe confidently say. But it's so dicey right now, and seeing comers and goers at the front, so.
But look how much track position he's lost as this bottom lane has decided they're going to use more fuel and go faster.
And you heard Kyle Larson say when Cliff Daniels asked him try and save a little bit more, he said, I'm trying. I'm doing my best as Martin Truex Jr. is in.
Couple laps down for the 19. I think he had a little bit of an issue with the left front tire. The damage might have finally cut that tire. Yeah, there you go. Left front goes down. The 19 comes to pit road.
Oh, so he had to come when the tire went down.
Computers are great. Prediction models are fine. How much fuel you need. Jeff, as a driver, you have to get to pit road, get on single file, not have an issue.
Yeah, the 15's up here.
If you're not single file, it's okay.
That is the other Rick Ware car.
Out of your stall. And then the gas man. We have to have a clean plug-in with an over 100-pound dump can. And then the most important thing, Lee, if you need 2 seconds worth of fuel, don't leave at 1.8. Yeah. Make sure you stay for all 2 seconds.
And then on top of that, Steve, so many times we see when all of these cars try to get on pit road, 10 cars at a time, trying to come out of this pack. How many times have we seen Rex, Marty, them trying to get on the pit road? It is not uncommon at all.
Yeah, green
31 to
flag
go.
Here at Daytona, Jeff, are treacherous. Talking to Paul Wolf a moment ago, there's even a game within the game. Not only what the drivers are saving with fuel right here, but also what happened back at lap 98, Steve. Paul Wolf told me we took the time to fill up at that stop. Other drivers in the top 10 and teams did not take the time to fill up at that lap 98 stop. He said, that's our entire game. This next stop will be shorter.
Yeah, remember, this is the...
All about the game on this last stop is to spend as little amount of time on pit road on this last stop. That's the key.
So on this last pit stop, it's minimal.
Whoever spends the least amount of time is probably going to get out of this with the lead through the stop cycle.
Remember, he was leading the 2017 Daytona 500 when he ran out of gas. So this fuel
30 to go.
Daytona is not something new. It's just being played by more cars than ever.
Great run by Cody Ware and the Rick Ware Racing organization to have 2 cars up there in the top 9 positions. First and 9th. Awesome performance so far with 30 to go. One big one so far in this race tonight. A few other incidents, but a lot of good racing.
Man, I really didn't want another commercial. I wanted to keep my camera in one spot. I don't have to move it again. I hate this.
This isn't just
Why can't I just keep it in one spot?
For Chevy, this is science at 180 miles an hour. Physics, AI, and machine learning. And this is our lab where we're testing more than our cars. We're testing ourselves.
Splitting up going
because
on
what we
there.
learn here helps push us forward out there. From the track to the street, Chevy's got you. Chevrolet,
Bubba.
together let's drive.
It's Pod's biggest sale of the summer. Save up to 25% on moving and storage for a limited time.
Well, then I'd
See
have.
why Pod
That's 2
is
things I'd
Pod
have to do
with
between
over
commercial
6 million
breaks.
moves. But don't
You
wait.
know?
Use promo code BIG25 to save.
I'd try to keep it simple.
Pods.com today.
Well, the window's open. The window's open now, so they literally can come any time now. It doesn't matter when they decide to.
With so much great entertainment out there, wouldn't it be easier if you could find what you want all in one place?
My favorites.
Barn Bar. The county's best hangout just got better. Here's to living smooth with the always smooth, easy drinking Keystone Light.
Ally has savings buckets to help you save for anything you want to buy. Because everyone has something they're saving for. Like that new car. Or a
They're doing it right now, Jason, because they're getting ready for pit.
Your delivery
You want to be single file when you come to pit road. You don't want to be double file when pit stops start.
Our savings buckets help you save for what matters most to you.
The NFL is coming back with a 1-2 punch. It's kickoff Thursday, Ravens, Chiefs.
Everything you got!
And on Friday, from Brazil, it's Packers, Eagles. Only on Peacock.
I think there's going to be people stopping this time.
On NBC and Peacock.
This is what it feels like to be a winner on The Voice.
I love country music.
When we talk about country,
I know what I'm talking about. Oh, Canada.
wrong country. I need to do some push-ups.
Yeehaw!
We got a contest.
You can't outdo the queen. You better watch out, little miss.
I think we're getting close.
September 23rd, set your DVR now.
26 laps to go in the Coke Zero Sugar 400. Justin Haley leads Josh Berry, and here is Christopher Bell. It has been a somewhat quiet night for the Interstate Batteries JGR Toyota, but the guy who has had an extraordinary season is now at the front of this pack at a critical and crucial stage.
You can almost feel it. I feel like it's a summer day on Daytona Beach and you're watching storm clouds roll in. You're not sure when they're going to get here, and that's what this race looks like. It was at the top, now it's on the bottom. That's just cars positioning themselves so when they want to pit, they can
25 to go at the line.
Lap after lap, everybody gets a little more antsy.
Joining Joey Logano again with thanks to Hunt Brothers Pizza. Ryan,
I know. I think. I do think. I know you're kind of saying that sarcastically, Jacob, but at this point, I think that's where the wreck is going to happen. Is if we see a wreck, it's going to happen with them coming to pit road. It's not going to be on the track, at least at this point. Not until after the stops. Then after the stops, you could say, okay, get Dyson, then we'll see from there. But
42 is doing for fuel. And it really appears that those first three rows of cars have a really difficult time of saving fuel. The sweet spot seems to be that fourth or fifth row, which will allow you to save the most fuel out there.
That's great information, Jimmy, and that's what I think everybody's trying to figure out. And, if you're in that fourth row, Jimmy, you just wonder if I could say, all right, pull up.
Well, we'll see if it happens. If it happens,
laps up front and then pit, right? I think there's going to be this rush to the front before they come to pit road, if possible.
And the pack is catching Martin Truex Jr., who had the second incident with a deflating tire. That happened earlier when Eric Jones had his moment and Shane Van Gisbergen blew up, and Truex is staying well and truly out of the way.
Jeff, how much notice do you need? It was different for each of my drivers. You want to hear 5 away, or can I just tell you one time on the front stretch as a driver, what did you prefer for heads up before pitting?
10 laps. Just tell me 10, just so I know what's on your mind. I don't necessarily need to be looking to be to the
23 to go.
Laps, but I wanted that, so then I knew, okay, now tell me 5, right? But I wanted to start looking, because if a lane was good on the bottom, that was good speed, and I could go ahead and get there, I'd get there. But if not, I knew I had quite a bit of time to position myself. Marty.
Jeff, terrific point, and Joey Logano just asked that question of Paul Wolf a moment ago. He said, how long until we stop? He said 5 to 7 laps, but they also reminded him, Steve, worry about your track position a little bit. Logano has had arguably the best car tonight. He's back in 17th now. Does he have to gain some of that back before they stop?
17th and stuck on the top 3 wide, so even if he wanted to come, it would take a lap to figure it
out.
Let's
moving around there.
Let's add into all of this. You cannot slide a front tire coming to pit road. You're not getting new shoes on this thing, Jeff. You got to take care of all 4 Goodyears coming into the pit box.
Parker, how about Josh Berry? What a night.
He was just told last lap after driving a great race, 4 to go before they hit pit road for the 4th.
So they're talking anywhere between 17 or 18 to go is what it sounds like. Just from what Barry's crew said and what Paul Wolf said with the 22. 17, 18 to go.
They're letting all the spotters around them know, hey, we're going to pit. Because how are you going to peel out of this pack and not get into a wreck? So communication from the crew chief to the driver, but also to the spotter.
Within the next 4 laps.
All themselves, and then the drivers. Hands out the window, hands waving, so the guys can see.
I don't know how they're going to get out of this 3 wide and get to pit road smoothly, so yeah, it could get a little hairy here in the next couple of laps.
That's going to have an impact on the complexion of this race.
You'll see the drivers down the back straightaway. You'll see hands out the windows when they're going to pit the next time by. You just got to give as much notice as possible.
Yeah, it does you no good to get run over coming to pit road.
Oh, there we go.
John Hunter Nemechek goes for a
Oh, he keeps it out of the inside wall. Nice job, John. Man, did a good job to get out of that one.
Lee, a change at this racetrack. All of that is now pavement.
Well,
that used
so
to be
much for the green flag stops, guys.
It's over on the back section, heading towards what was known as the bus stop, the Le Mans chicane. As
And
now.
maybe a push from Larson. Got him sideways.
Thankfully now it's all asphalt.
I would think he was trying to get ahead of Justin Haley, but oh yeah, that was a push from Larson. Yeah, that was 100% a push from Larson. It doesn't look like it comes completely around, Port.
You can see the contact from the 5.
In my book, my definition of a save, I think I would consider that a save. The car didn't come completely around.
Without a doubt, stayed glued to the pavement, as you pointed out, Jeff. Very important.
And so now, all
Yeah, way sideways here, but it never come completely around. So, yeah, in my book, I'd call that a save.
Now they're all going to pit under caution.
That was a mighty shove from the 5.
It's a good thing that backstretch is paved because
Sent him to the left across the front of Justin.
yeah, I don't know. I could only think how bad that could have been if it had been grass.
Oh, there you go, Jeff. Top of the screen, right? This is the grass you spoke of?
Yeah, that's right. So cars used to go through that grass, then they'd go on this pavement over here where the road course actually is, and they'd get back in the grass. There was a big transition. Saw several cars flip as soon as they got to the grass. So great addition from a safety standpoint to this back straightaway.
It's also going to have a positive effect on the Rolex 24 as well, because the sports cars quite often come to grief. They're exiting that Le Mans chicane right there.
Oh, now they can. Now that argument can carry on even further.
So now, Jeff, you kind of pointed it out. We were building up to these waves of green flag pit stops. So now the challenge at hand is still real. Everyone has to come to pit road.
Yep.
So now there's a bunch of factors in the
Well,
equation.
now you
First
pretty
of all,
much
how
there's
much fuel
no
do you need? How much did you
there's
save?
no question
How
these
much
last
fuel
stops
do
will
you
be
need just
under
to
caution
make
here.
Second, how much fuel do you want? Is this race going to end in mile marker 400, or are we going to see overtimes? And if we do, how many overtimes do you want to prepare for?
Just how much fuel you want to take now.
Pit road trains year-round to be as agile and athletic as possible. When they pick up that dump can, it's going to be over 100 pounds on their throttle, or excuse me, on their shoulder, and they're going to try to almost engage the car before it stops. That plug time is going to be key, because the other issue is, even if it's not perfect, if you're a little off-center, then the way the system works, you get air mixed with the fuel, it slows everything down. It's kind of all on your shoulders right here. Now, some cars towards the
I know it's not the popular answer, Port.
Hey, I have no track
I wouldn't be
position,
shocked
so
if
let's
this
not
is the last yellow.
Here is the big move presented by Pods Moving and Storage.
It would shock me if this is.
And this was a little earlier where Justin Haley said, I need to get down, and I'm going to get down in front of Austin Cindric. That was a pretty aggressive move, and it got all of our attention, including the attention of Michael Jordan, where he said, wow. That was aggressive, that was decisive, but for Justin Haley and his...
I love that Michael's coming into the track, though.
The Beefaroo machine, it worked.
It worked great. The other thing, Steve, you did a great job of explaining the role of the team. What's the role of the driver? The role of the driver...
Yeah, honestly, Port, I'm hoping that this is the last show. I want to see this go green to the end with the racing we've had. You kidding me?
As soon as the guy is done fueling it, you can leave. If you get in your box too far, the person in front of you can block you. You've got to do your job.
The pit road is going to be open this time, so...
Because now the gas man can't get over there and do his job. Driver's got to be perfect as well.
And here they come.
All right, pit road is about to get very entertaining and very busy, and that's where we find out Marty Snyder. Kick it off, mate.
Lee Kyle Larson has driven a terrific race tonight. They're going to need a little less than 3 seconds of fuel. Cliff Daniels
Should be a lot of fuel only stops. I don't think you're seeing any tire stops.
3 count of fuel, no Goodyear tires for him. Very happy with that car, Dave. Kyle Busch got to the lead. Can he keep it fuel only here? No Goodyear tires on the car. There
Yeah, a little longer stop for Busch. Looks like Cindric's going to win the race off.
And look at this crazy race off pit road.
Cindric, Brad, Larson, Kyle Busch, Logano, Blaney, Berry, Briscoe, Bubba.
He lost 4 positions. And this is why we're under caution. John Hunter Nemechek going for a wild ride, but not as wild as what it would have been.
Oh, you got to crank that one a little louder. Martha and the Vandellas, Nowhere to Run. Like that song. Motown.
Unmatched on-track intensity and triple-header playoffs action to ratchet up the stakes. Throw in a can't-miss concert, camping, and the legendary atmosphere of Talladega Boulevard. And you've got more than a race. You've got Talladega. Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
This football season,
We're going to have possibly, I think, it's either going to be 14 to go or 15 to go when we get the green.
With a $5 million jersey.
And overtime still
Jerseys are
possible.
dropping every single day. Just log in daily for your chance to win. Plus, new customers sign up and get up to $1,000 in bonus bets. It's time to suit up for season opener. This is Fanatics Sportsbook, the most rewarding sportsbook.
Okay, ideas. Where are we going?
I got one.
I got one.
Well, actually, I just want to see a race finish under green. The last 2 races have finished under yellow.
What about a comedy show?
Or, well, no, the last 2 races have had overtime finishes. Michigan finished under green, but the last 2 races have had overtime finishes.
Let's go.
Whatever your vibe. Tacos.
Actually, the last 3.
Find it in the all-new, all-hybrid Camry.
Because Indy,
Toyota,
I think
let's go
Indy
places.
was overtime, too.
Car payment, rent, groceries. Need cash like right now. Yup. Download the Clover app and get an instant cash advance of up to $200. No interest, no late fees, no credit checks. With up to $200 just a few taps away, you'll never fall short of a payday. Download the Clover app for iPhone or Android.
All day, every day at Applebee's.
You can represent your favorite driver and take advantage of amazing deals at the NASCAR shop. Check out the greatest selection of t-shirts, die-casts, and a whole lot more. Simply go to NASCAR.com/shop. If you're just joining us, you've got perfect timing because you've joined us for the most tense portion of this race.
Christopher Bell,
Yes,
leaving
sir.
his pit stall. BJ McCall coming in, contact right in the right rear. See right here, Christopher Bell of a tight exit. He starts to leave, and they pull right out in front of BJ. BJ locked it up to keep from making any more contact than he did.
Could have been a little mirror effect there too, because Blaney was released right ahead of Christopher Bell and maybe thought the passage was clear and unawares of BJ McLeod coming in.
All right, 16 to go when we get the restart.
Track position. He's like, he's
Cindric,
go, go, go,
Brad,
That's what he's telling him.
Risk versus
McDowell, Larson, Logano, Busch.
About 20 laps ago, Michael Jordan
Blaney.
showed up in the 23 pit box, the car that he owns. He's here
Briscoe.
to support his driver who's already led here tonight, and he knows that Bubba Wallace has a chance to not just work his way above the cut line, but make his way into the playoffs, locking in with a win here tonight, Marty.
Dave, you would think the fuel saving is over for the night. It is not for Kyle Larson. Listen in.
We did hit the number on fuel that we needed to hit right there during the pit stop, so that gets us to the end. Leading, everything you save is just going to be insurance for green white checkers, so keep saving hard.
But Steve, you made the point
All
earlier.
right, lights are off. 16 to go.
Can get to the front and has all the fuel he needs to the end
See
of
what
the
happens.
overtime. He's going to need a little bit of help.
We know how the 2 stages ended.
With 16 to go, Div. Lights are off. Toyota Camry
16 to go.
off the racing surface. Let's get ready to go. 16 laps left in the Coke Zero Sugar 400, and away we go. Keselowski and Cindric.
All the shoving, all the pushing that we've seen so far is going to be nothing compared to what we're going to see in the next 16 laps.
Yep.
Riding with Joey Logano.
The only goal now is you got to be going forward. You can't be going backward.
Michael McDowell up ahead. He's led 25 laps tonight. Second only to the man who is following him.
Larson's shoving the heck out of Cindric right now. Ooh. Okay.
Apparently race control not all that thrilled with the 2 and the 6. That restart is under review. For the man third back on the high
Unless they think Brad got ahead of Cindric on the restart.
Worldwide Technology Raceway back to 2023 since he has seen the checkered flag first. Could he get it tonight and vault his way into the playoffs?
I don't know why they're reviewing the restart. Didn't look that bad to me. Oh well. Never mind. They apparently think Brad got ahead of Cindric, I think.
To Brad Keselowski. The night has gone away from the RFK man.
Now remember the rule.
I don't know about that one.
The control car, he has to leave first in the restart zone.
I don't know. They were in the box and Cindric was ahead, so I don't know. I don't know about that one.
So he has to launch first. Brad Keselowski
He has to launch first. He was ahead.
gets the launch.
So the 2
Was that they were in the second line of the box when Brad? They were almost to the second line of the box when Brad got around him. So I don't know about that
He's
one.
just trying to time it, right? He's just trying to leave with the 2. It seems very clear to me if you look at this. Brad, the orange car on the right there. He's accelerating. The 2 isn't going. I mean, it looks pretty clear that the 6 accelerates first.
Yeah, and the 2 has from the time he gets into that box to that last line to go. Let's hear what they have to say.
I don't know about that one.
Went after him. He got hit by the 5 and spun the tires. Yep. They're going to, hopefully they look at that.
So the defense is that, hey, it looks like I'm accelerating because I am, but that doesn't mean that the 2 isn't on the gas. See, Brad can hear that. He hears the 2 accelerate, so he goes. He's claiming the 5 hits and spins the rear tires. Up for NASCAR to decide.
Inside the final 13 laps.
Yep, 12 to go.
Austin Cindric at the head of the pack. Larson in search of his first win here and first top 5 is well positioned in second, and Michael McDowell in that 34 on the low line. He wants another win here at the World Center of Racing to put himself in the playoffs.
6 hand out the window. I think he's decided now he has the service penalty. He does. He moves left. Now it's racing at the front.
There's the third lane.
Blow from the 6th will be
Josh Berry leading that third lane.
Brad feels like he's in the right. There'll be a lot of people looking.
I was gonna say to watch that third lane because that third lane has done this again. It's be this. We've seen this do. We've seen them do this a couple of times already tonight.
The man who started from the pole position.
Ooh, Cindric!
An all front row motorsports front row sweep. McDowell is on that low line.
McDowell gets the point.
Logano and gets that 34 front row car in front.
Oh, Cindric was sideways again.
And we saw it right there.
I mean, it's go time now with 11 to go.
Josh Berry's trying to get it working. Got a lot of cars with him.
Got some help from Alex Bowman. and Justin
Yeah, well, that'll be 3 weeks in a row. Or well, actually 3 out of the last 4 races. I could argue Michigan because we shouldn't have gone to overtime at Michigan, but it'd be 4 weeks then, actually. Indy, Richmond, Michigan, and now here.
So too does Cindric. They go to
oh, Larson!
Back to the middle ahead of Kyle Busch.
3 abreast for the lead.
Look at the spread here with 11 to go, coming to 10.
Guys, please hold it. Please hold it. Can we replicate Atlanta? 10 to go.
The only thing you can do is push the guy in front of you. That's why it's going to get more.
We saw 1 3-wide finish this year.
The only way you can separate yourself in your lane.
Could we see another?
Better pusher.
And in this very camera shot, you're looking at 3 guys across there that are all trying to race their way into the playoffs.
And McDowell can actually be dragging his brake.
Pushing.
Stay latched up to the 22. See the fire come out of the 22 pipes. He lifted getting into the corner to make sure he didn't spin him
McDowell
out.
gets the lead.
Tyler Reddick is tucked in the
Where's he
middle.
Gonna go? Which lane? Oh, Larson tried to squeeze Cindric. And Barry may have caught the wall.
Wallace now 18 behind on the playoff points standings. Can he push his way further forward over these closing 8 laps?
That got hairy on the top lane, though. Oh, there we go. Right in front of the field, and there goes McDowell. Larson's around. He's trashed. Logano's done. McDowell destroyed.
That all started in turn 3. Cindric tried to lift to prevent it from happening, but he did not lift quick enough.
I think that was at the front. I think it was McDowell tried to slide in front of Cindric, and it went sideways.
Larson will be left waiting and wanting that top 5 again. McDowell went for
McDowell did not go over. He was on his side, but I don't think he went over.
Uncalled for? Well, super uncalled for. Yeah, I don't get it at all.
Well, we talked about it. It's
That looked like it originally was between maybe McDowell and Cindric, but I'd have to see a replay of it.
Joey Logano, who led 34 laps tonight.
I saw them start to dice, and it looked like maybe Cindric tried to duck inside of McDowell.
Watch right here. Watch the 2-car.
That was this incident, which I called.
Turn 4. All right, so now they're going down the front straightaway. Watch the pipes on the 2-car. He sees it starting to happen. McDowell.
There was the run.
Up in front of him. A push from Barry.
Cindric had a run coming here.
Tries to get to the outside, lifts right
Yeah,
there.
he got into McDowell, like I thought.
Look at this.
And that thing's on 2 wheels, but it comes back. Oh, almost landed almost on the window net of Bowman.
Who knows what it's like to have a
Landed on the rear of Bowman's car, but I thought for a second it was come down to the window net. Great shot.
See the fire come out of the pipes of the 2-car? He was being pushed by the 4. He knew he had too much speed.
That thing only went on 2. Actually, you know what?
Could not get it slowed down.
Very reminiscent of the 2012 Dega race. Very reminiscent of the 2012 Dega race. With McDowell basically being steward.
Aerodynamic devices that were applied on the cars this week to prevent the cars from getting in the air.
Absolutely. It's impossible to know exactly what part or piece, but clearly the 34 was on his way upside down and came back onto its tires. The work by NASCAR. Look at this right here. Nowhere to go. Nothing to do. That extra work by NASCAR helping. This is the concern, right? When you're hit with another car, when the 22 makes contact, the 34 instantly goes in the air. And if this car continues to tumble, it's the 22, 23 down the line, but it comes back, I say onto the tire, onto the wall actually, and then makes contact with the tires. You see Bubba Wallace in it, the 45 of Reddick in it. Both 2311 cars.
This is the view from Kyle Busch.
Gotta get through it without damage. Yeah, he did.
One of the worst.
We're still a factor.
Ricky Craven at Talladega spun, car got in the air, and he went into the catch fence. This car of McDowell's comes back down and gets into the wall.
You know who this helps?
And there are cars involved, drivers involved
Brad Keselowski.
there that have had terrific nights. But it is over. And look at how fortunate Michael McDowell was.
Think about how fortunate Brad is now. He avoided this and stayed on the lead lap.
That's just amazing. I mean,
poor Alex Bowman, the whole rear end of his car is torn up now because the 34 basically landed on his car.
Flies in the air like a Matchbox car.
It doesn't get any less graphic, does it?
No, it does not. And again, Cindric gets into the back of the 34 and starts all this, but when you see the fire out of the pipes, that's him lifting out of the throttle. And he knew he was trying to prevent it, but he just had too much speed and didn't lift soon enough.
There's about 14 cars involved in this second big one here tonight. And for some drivers, maybe just maybe that moment, their playoff chances.
No, he's got damage to that car. I don't know how badly damaged it is, but
come back to pit road.
there's damage to that car.
Do some minor repairs.
That's why I said even with Larson still running, there's damage to that car too.
Fortunately, that car did
They may be still running, but I don't know how well they're going to run.
Came back down. Larson was in the middle of it.
Stenhouse has got damage.
We talked about the safety innovations
Reddick.
of this car and exactly all the work NASCAR's done to keep the car on the ground. Well, let's take a look at our Toyota virtual car, and we'll kind of go through the pieces and parts. There are the flaps on the hood to let the pressure out from underneath the hood. There's also the flaps on the roof to slow the airspeed down. What's new for this vehicle that we currently race is that green cable right there is connected to another flap underneath the car on the diffuser. It makes a tremendous amount of downforce going forward, but when it gets up in the air, it actually can act like a wing. So the right side flap, when it opens, it pulls a pin and releases the flap back of the diffuser. It all looks great, but how does it look when things go bad? Well, let's turn the air on in our wind tunnel and take a look at this. So we'll take our Toyota, we're gonna spin it around, and as we spin it, you see all the flaps open, and you see that red light. That's kind of that high pressure, right? That is where high-speed air is hitting those flaps, and that is slowing that airspeed down. Remember, how does a wing work? The air over the top of the wing is faster than the air underneath, and it lifts up. Well, check this out right here. The 34 looks good. He's on the ground. It's the contact from the 22 right there. The flaps open like you would expect to keep it pinned on the ground. The concern is the additional contact. Watch this 22. Sends this car into the air. But right here, the roof flap is open. That's slowing the air down on the roof of this car just enough to change the momentum from up to down. And you have to wonder about that new right side window rail that goes down that whole right side A-post, making that roof flap even more efficient, a 15 to 20% improvement. It's impossible to know what it would be without it. What we can't say for sure is with it, the 34 car stayed on the ground and didn't get up, or didn't stay on the ground, but kept from going completely upside down.
And the important thing to add to that is that was an implementation in less than the last 7 days after Corey LaJoie went at Michigan. So NASCAR acted swiftly.
There's a good look at that right rail, Lee. I'm sorry, but you see the one on the left and the one on the right. That's new. So this one over here on the right side is new. It used to only have one on the
just
left.
happened.
A combination of two, a big advantage. And when I talked to NASCAR, they said it's that long sideways slide.
Points as they run at the moment.
The kind of air doesn't have a chance to lift the car, but that long sideways slide, almost exactly like
Cindric the leader, Barry second, Busch third.
Took NASCAR's numbers, right, from the testing at the R&D
And it
Center.
looks like Byron.
Now we have it for real.
Harrison Burt is running top 5.
At Richard Childress Racing and the Brez Tree number 3, they must be feeling somewhat positive because Austin Dillon is up into the top portion of this race in the 8. How about the 8, Dave? of Kyle Busch.
Yeah, he was right in the middle of all that and somehow missed it. Randall, how'd he do it?
I don't know how he did it, but it worked out great. We've had a really good Cheddar Chevy Camaro all night long, so we're still here at the end of it, which is great. We'll see what happens here, see how those guys line up in front of us. I would assume we'll be on the second row. I would assume the 4 doesn't go with the 2 there, so we'll see what happens, and hopefully we'll be in victory lane after us.
And Austin is right there, too. Can you feel the teammate help coming?
Well, yeah,
I can't believe Harrison Burt was sitting 5th right
I
now.
hope those 2 work together well, and we'll push forward in this. You know, we've kind of been in this situation before. Last year, when we both restarted on the front row and got worked over and didn't make it happen. So I know those 2 both got it on their mind to kind of.
The only reason I pointed it out,
redo it a little bit. So hopefully we'll get these 2 hooked up and take these 2 Chevys to the front.
Remember, a win in the next 2 races, that's the only path to the playoffs for Kyle Busch. Kim?
And Dave, Austin Dillon, like we mentioned, within striking distance of another win, a much-needed win to get into the playoffs. It's been a busy week. Earlier this week, the NASCAR-appointed appeals panel ruled against Austin Dillon and his team for that penalty from Richmond. I talked to crew chief Justin Alexander. He said the appeal is a huge distraction, but a necessary evil. It took 80% of the time he would have been focused on prepping for this race weekend, dedicated to that appeal. They'll do a final appeal on Monday. I asked him, what would it mean to win here tonight, knowing how good Austin is at drafting? And he said, tonight, a win would be a mic drop for this team after everything they've been through after the last couple of weeks.
It's a great way to put it. A mic drop.
I have possibly at most 3 to go. We have to get the 1 to go here.
Dale Jarrett, Jimmy Johnson, guys, put the helmets back on. Put yourself in this situation. What are you expecting over these closing laps?
Jimmy, I can't imagine there's going to be much less pushing and shoving going on here in these last laps.
No, it's only going to, the intensity's only going to ramp up. You know, if I'm sitting in the seat, did we put enough fuel in the car? Yeah. We know there's going to be another caution. So, how many more cautions? How many more laps?
See, the 1 to go is here.
Trying to create
looks like it might be.
Yeah, when you
Yep.
look up here
So 3 to go as we get the green. That is in regulation. We're not into overtime yet, so.
Harrison Burton is there. Todd Gilliland.
Eric Jones.
Eric Jones. I knew you were going to get to him. He's done a great job.
Yeah, he's doing a great job. This is going to be a really exciting finish.
Okay, guys.
So this is when a driver knows that he is going to have to do things, Lee, that make him exceptionally uncomfortable. He's going to have to put his competitors in positions that they don't want him to be put in, and it's just what's required. And every driver knows, and any driver that's ever been in this race knows, that these next 3
Points as
laps
they
are
run.
as intense as it gets. And we just saw what happens when it doesn't work out. They all are happy they didn't get in that wreck, but they all know there's a good chance they're going to get in the next one. But you have
If Kyle Busch does not win this race,
that's the only way. You have to push,
then he will be in a must-win for sure next week at Darlington. It's the only way he'll make it in.
Johnson, 7-time champion, said there would most likely be another caution.
Do you remember, Stevie, how
Pretty much everybody from Busch on down would be firmly 100% must-win next week.
For Ross, as he's above the
And Truex
we sit right now, but there
could
is
lock
still
in
plenty to come.
as long as we don't see a different winner.
Because that's with Cindric leading, who already has won a race, right? We get a different winner. The other thing to point out, we've seen a lot of overtimes and green-white checkers. This will be a 3-lap sprint.
Ty Gibbs is close, I think. I think the most points you can make in a race is either 40 or close to that. So.
Make note of the 24 car here. Look at the damage on the front end. How can he push? What kind of pusher will William Byron be? Does he have a sturdy enough nose? Look at the damage.
All right, 3 to go in the scheduled distance.
And if he gets there, he could do what our
Overtime still possible.
2013, sweeping both races at Daytona. There's a lot on the line.
All right,
William Byron for Josh Berry.
3 to go in Daytona.
And how about Austin Cindric? Let's go! The final of the Coke Zero Sugar 400 here at Daytona. Who's got the magic? Can Kyle Busch break that drought and race his way into the playoffs?
They're side by side behind Cindric. No real lane with an advantage as they come off too.
Coming from the outside right here. That third row back, they They left some space, and now down the
Nope,
back
neither
straightaway,
lane really with an advantage. Outside, maybe a little bit more momentum. Barry, Cindric a little sideways.
It has been a wonderful night.
Fords are side by side as they'll come to 2 to go.
All in the top 6 positions. And he's in with a chance to win at Daytona.
2 to go.
Look at the eagerness of Kyle Busch on the inside in the 8 in the Cheddar's car. Harrison Burton.
Side by side.
If he can do it, that'd be the legendary organization's 100th win. That'd be a magical night.
Where's the move gonna come?
Make it 3 wide.
Ooh, oh, I thought Busch almost made contact, but there we go!
Barry's gone,
And he's over! Barry on his lead into the inside wall. Byron destroyed.
Eric
Jones destroyed.
There's Austin Cindric.
It's like Larson's car was crab walking.
That was wild. William Byron trying to get his way back as the AMR safety team are swiftly on the spot to aid Josh Berry on what had been an incredible night for the Stuart Haas driver. Up
He was
until
looking
the
good,
second to
too.
last lap.
Not real sense of urgency from those guys.
Train a lot on getting this, knowing how to get this car flipped back over. You see the gentleman on the ground, he's in communication with Josh.
Sounds like the track is interviewing Logano. I'm not sure, but we're going to go into the red. I was looking to see when the car came to a stop to see if you could see him moving in the race car.
You mentioned it, Jeff, that these traveling safety workers have a whole system of straps and how they connect to the car to kind of roll the car over.
So they're going to get the car over.
Josh Berry's in good hands with the AMR safety team here.
And they're ready to back
car
away so they can get it flipped
right
over.
side up. And the desired result is to see what we have seen from Corey.
I do believe he's okay, though, because there's not a real sense of urgency, so...
Give us the thumbs up.
I think he's okay. They're just trying to get the car flipped over so they can get him out. Well, I'd like to see what happened with the flip, because if it's like what happened with McDowell, then might have been an assisted flip, but I don't know. It looks more like what happened with LaJoie at Michigan last week. Yeah, they're talking to him.
There we go. Now the AMR.
They're talking to him.
team.
He's good. He's out.
Josh, there we go. There's the thumbs
He's
up.
out. He's good.
That was
He's out. He's good.
scary wreck. Watch this car, how quickly, when it gets spun, contact.
It was Busch. Busch got into Cindric.
Two is getting pushed, and as soon as that
Cindric
car
got turned
was
around by the
pushing him,
push, and that's what turned him into Barry.
this is what scared me.
Triggered that.
Because Josh is hanging on his belts. He's not
Yeah,
in
it
his
was
seat,
hitting the
he's
wall
hanging on
upside
his belts,
down
and
was the.
has that frontal impact.
Yeah, exactly what Burton's saying. That was
Everything that went right for the
the bad
35
lick
his
was
car
hitting
back
the
on
wall
wheels,
upside
getting it
down.
right for Josh Berry, and I'm with you, Jeff. The flip is the first concern, but then the hit into the wall when gravity is pulling you out of the seat is just different. Multi-point harness is trying to hold your hips and your lower body tight into that
And there's
seat.
just spinning on its top.
As you run all day, the heat, the sweat, everything kind of loosens up a little bit. You have to keep tugging on those belts. It was so great for Josh to get out.
And again, that speaks to the structural integrity. Here's the view from Austin Dillon.
Ooh, Gilliland. I didn't see Gilliland get tore up in that, so Todd's out.
Massive hit with Gilliland.
Austin thought he was going to miss it, and then Gilliland came from nowhere. So here's the push from behind, and then it moved the 2-car up. And again, pushing gone wrong.
What a violent hit.
See right there's the push. They all stacked up, the 8, the 20.
Wait, did those roof flaps deploy?
When it sat down on the roof,
yes.
Look at the integrity of the roof.
That didn't even look like the roof flaps
really
deployed
strong.
on that
That's
one,
something
though.
this car is really good at. The older car, that roof would collapse.
Looked at that. I'd see another shot of
This
this.
car's much
No, the
stronger.
one roof flap came up, the other one didn't.
This is
Huh.
two weeks in a row, Steve, with cars in the air.
Yeah, a change was made. Obviously, more work to be done. At these speeds, the cars, here we go. This is on board with Barry.
Have a listen.
Well, somebody, because I was talking this week with one of the mods in here, he said one of the factors that could have factored into last week was the wind last week. This one is a little harder to see whether wind was a factor in flipping the car over or not.
This is, we talk about it all the time. These late race restarts, they're just wild. And you know that it's a great chance.
Now when the one roof flap came up, but the other part of the roof flap didn't come up. That's weird.
I've been in them. Dale Jarrett's been in them. It's almost expected. You almost are like, I know I'm going to be in a wreck.
For 2 cars in particular at the front, one of them being
Yeah, it's got to be wild. It's got to be wild there, Hamill. After what we've seen.
Watch this. And there's the Dex imaging machine of the Wood Brothers 21. So the 8 and the 21 got clear passage. Watch this.
Yeah.
Straight.
Like I say, the top 2 right now is Kyle Busch and Harrison Burton.
Also lucky, Todd Gilliland was not.
What?
Parker Retzlaff got through. He had an open passage as well after a tough night last night in the Xfinity race. He may just get an amazing result here in this.
Well, to be fair, Hamlin, I don't know how much you can hear me, but to be fair,
Corey
McDowell was hit.
Roll is so
The only reason McDowell flipped was because he got hit.
This is a little different.
This one was a little more different because he was on his own.
Exact same, turn. It looks the same, right? Car turns left.
McDowell got
slides
hit,
for a
though.
bit. As I was saying,
That's what
this
sent
car
him over.
Slides up. When it starts to slide sideways for a long time, that's when it's most susceptible. And obviously,
Yeah, and Cindric went around it almost the same. You're right, Jacob. Cindric went around almost the same way Barry did. But his car stayed on the ground.
It was a massive frontal impact.
So massive. Such a great work by the safety team, flipping that car over. Had to feel like forever, sitting there upside down, but then Josh getting out instantly, giving us that thumbs up.
Who's the car behind Bell?
All right, drivers have been told to fire the engines.
I see that car is
Get
behind
ready
Bell.
to finish this Coke Zero Sugar 400 off.
That last caution, remember Brad Keselowski was racing.
Is
for the
Parker
lead.
fourth?
Got penalized.
Served the penalty.
Served the penalty. Got the free pass, and here he is sitting in 6th place.
There's the extent of the damage to Josh Berry's Ford.
Look at the roof.
Yep.
Look at the integrity of the roof. Like that. That is a great sign. The car flipping is bad, but this part of it,
Yeah, look how good that driver's compartment looks.
This car is such
That's what it should. That's how it should be.
And for the second
You want a strong built car.
Very similar, right?
Unfortunately.
For that, at least the driver's compartment. You want everything around the driver's compartment to collapse. That's the way a race car should look.
In a rather unfortunate way for Josh Berry, we will remember the run that he had. And
Well, Byron's done.
Daytona sweep. William Byron had an amazing run going. But he too
They got a flat tire too, and it looks like that one might not make it back.
This car hit a ton down the back straightaway. It got hooked and hung a right, and it had a massive impact.
Oh, Priest by far, Sonic. Priest by far.
So, while all of that was going on, and take you back to a moment in time when Parker Kligerman caught up with Joey Logano.
Yeah, I heard the Logano interview while they were doing it the wreck.
Release from the infield care center. Joey,
The track
you
interview
actually
with
had Michael
Joey.
come across your nose there in that instant down in turn one. What happened from what you could see?
Yeah, it's hard to say exactly how it started. I'm assuming he got pushed into the corner and just came across right in front of me, and there's just nothing you can do. It's the end of a speedway race, and you try to position yourself the best place you can, but the wreck always starts in the lead, and you just saw another one there with Josh Berry, which I hope he's okay. I think he's okay. But got to figure out how to keep the cars on the ground. We're not doing too good at that part, so hopefully we can figure out how to
I
do
didn't
that
quite
better. But
jinx it.
overall, proud of the
Burton's
effort
up there,
of,
keep
Team
in mind.
Penske
Burton's up
today.
there,
The
and
team
Brad
was
still got a shot
incredible.
too.
Cars
So
really, really fast. Unfortunately, all three of them are tore up at this point. You know, it's just speedway racing. You can bring the heat and do the best you can, and you still get caught up and stuff. So that part's frustrating, but overall, a stage win, that's good, and almost a second stage win there in the first stage. So proud of the effort, proud of the speed. Just here I am again at the Infield Care Center.
And again, that was a little earlier. Thanks to Joey for speaking with Parker and updating us. So
looks like Larson got the. I didn't even know Larson was lapped down, but it looks like Larson got the lucky
Now
dog.
think about the opportunities at the front of this field. We've talked about Kyle Busch. It has been a tough year. He has won. I mean, this guy wins every year, it seems like. He has not won this year. He is going to start on this front row, and it would end a drought for him. It would be big in a lot of ways, Steve, not just making the playoffs, but getting a win.
Well, it'd be big for the multi-time champ Kyle Busch, but how about your son, Harrison Burton, behind him, not in this 21-car ride next year? We know Josh Berry, unfortunate, was just in that upside-down 4-car. He'll be taking over this ride. We don't know what Harrison has going on.
Like you say that when Corey LaJoie, a Chevrolet, flipped last week.
Brothers on the wall would be a huge step.
So.
Let's listen into their chat.
This is a great opportunity right here. You're going to have to be very aggressive with taking a push and blocking and all the things you got to do to win one of these, okay? Yep, copy. We'll make it happen.
He's put himself in position, and I thought that was a good pep talk and factual
Look at
statement
that
all at
top
once.
10.
Like, hey, I would love to give you better news, but this is what.
Look at that top
Harrison
10.
has seen this. He's been around this his whole life. He's seen you do it, Jeff. He knows what
I
this is gonna
mean,
take. But the names continue.
I
Look, we have
mean.
Bell, Retzlaff, Ware, Nemechek back up there. You mentioned Keselowski after the penalty, so it's a lot of opportunity at the front of the field.
And this, we keep talking about the playoffs. We keep talking about the playoffs, and what we've always looked at is not with a surprise
One to
winner,
go.
but if you get Kyle Busch
One to go.
win this race tonight, if you get Harrison Burton to win this race, if you get Nemechek to win this race, it completely shakes it up.
Well, yeah, right now you have guys that haven't won. The only
All those guys on the cut line want to see.
there's only 2 guys in the top 10 right now that have won a race this
For the
season:
people that are behind them.
Bell
So Christopher Bell has been
and
up there a lot.
Keselowski.
Now, Parker
Everybody
Retzlaff
else has
was
not
on
won a
Saturday
race this season,
so he had some
let alone
John
in their
Hunter's
Cup
obviously
career.
in all 3 series and found success. Cody Ware, but it's just guys maybe you're not used to getting these pushes from at the end of these races.
But those guys on the front row and the bottom, they were teammates. Those guys.
The joke was made last night. Hey, look, it's Mr. Crocker in P4.
Josh Berry here, just checked release from the infield care
There's
center. First
Josh.
of all, are you okay? And what a scary ride that was down the backstretch.
Yeah, I'm all good. Actually, probably wasn't as bad as it looked, but man, I'm bummed because we had a hell of a night going. Just such a great job by Rodney and this whole 4-team car was so strong. I mean, we were in position man, I'm really proud of the job I did tonight. Really proud of the job the whole team did, man, because we were in contention, and you know that could have been our day, but didn't work out. Just want to thank everybody at Stewart Haas Racing and Ford and NASCAR for building safe race cars. Eero for coming on board tonight. Man, it's disappointing, but whether we'd have won or flipped, we're going to go to work Monday and try to win next week.
What a great sight being able to talk to Josh, guys.
Indeed, and although it didn't.
I would say watch out for them at Talladega because as good as they ran tonight.
All right, so these.
I'd like to see them. They'd have to bring the same. They'd have to bring the same stuff to Dega, but he could be a player at Dega. For as good as they ran tonight.
So you said it, Steve.
Stage 1 winner.
Who is going to be the best pusher? There's no.
All right, overtime at Daytona. The first overtime. That won't be the same car, but.
What kind of pusher is he going to be?
23-year-old Harrison Burton on the left of your
All
screen.
right, here we go. Overtime at Daytona. The overtime one.
63-time winner in Cup Series competition, Kyle Busch. We go into overtime, presented by Credit One Bank. Let's go.
The best thing for Busch is having that 20 on his rear bumper.
Somebody with a win already this season, or is there going to be a fresh
Ooh, the outside. Outside was tight.
Kyle Busch leads the way. He has not won since
Bell.
2023.
Ooh, where pushing on Bell.
He's coming off one of his best results of the season last weekend in Michigan, but he's being pushed by.
Oh, Parker shoving the 21.
A little bit of space.
They got to make it back to the white. That's what Kyle's hoping, is to make it back to the white.
Burton's not out of it. Cody Ware's not out of it.
Busch has won here once before.
And Parker Retzlaff is having the moment of his
Burton.
racing life, being at the front of this field.
White flag last lap. Next flag ends the race.
Nemechek made it 3 wide in that second line.
Watch the momentum coming back from those two lines, though. They got that gap that separated. Now they're back off of Busch. Somebody's going to get a run here. Watch the backstretch. Ooh, Burton might have a run here. He's got a run. He's going to be looking to the outside. Burton to the outside. Looking for win 100. Is it going to happen tonight? Can he hang on to it? Kyle may have a run back on him. We'll see as they come back to the line. Burton hang on to it. Gets it. Burton wins up Daytona. How about that? How about that? Fuck yeah. Win 100. Let's go. I feel for Kyle, but man, let's go. Win 100.
What a great night for the Burton family here at Daytona.
How about that?
Hell, I can't talk. Nor can your wife.
Look at Jeff.
What a magical moment. It's the Wood Brothers 100th win. It's
How about that? How about that?
What a drive. What a push. He found a way. The momentum wasn't there on lap 1. He found it.
Very reminiscent of 93, eh?
Such a great job.
Wow. What a race. What a race. Duck, Number 2. I can't put it ahead of Kansas right now, but damn, that was unbelievable.
On the 21 for an alleged infringement of the double yellow line. Question begs, did he get pushed down there?
I think he got pushed, though. I think he got turned by Kyle when he tried to lock him right here. Yeah, he made contact with Kyle, but never passed Kyle. He never actually makes the pass below the yellow. He goes down there, but he never passed him. He never he stayed straight. Yeah.
Word in from NASCAR, it's confirmed Harrison Burton is the
Burton is the winner.
of the Coke Zero Sugar 400.
It's official.
Jeff Burton, Ward Burton, Harrison Burton in the history books.
Hamill, you called it. You said he would win. You said he would win. Maybe not races you exactly said, but you said he would win. No, it was Blaney. Blaney at Pocono, Colonel. Pocono 2017 was the Wood Brothers' last win.
And that is what this sport is about. Even when things are down, teamwork matters.
And a Ford won. Like I said the Fords were going to be a factor tonight. I said it all night. They pulled it off.
International Speedway. All right, you need to call your boy. Get him on the line.
Harrison is... Dad, what's up?
Yo! That was awesome. Holy shit. Let's go.
100 wins for the Wood Brothers.
Thank you. Thanks for everything.
What a race.
Can this season get any crazier? How about that? Get out of here, Jeff. Go be with your son and Kim and celebrate. What a beautiful night.
Yeah, buddy. Oh, good job, buddy.
What'd I say? I don't think anybody expected Harrison to do it, but wow. I'll tell you what. That makes up for February.
I think it says a lot about the young man.
That 100% makes up for February.
21 car next year that this entire team comes out to congratulate him. Mom Kim just behind.
That 100% makes up for what happened here in February. That's how the race should have finished in February.
For you personally, what does this mean?
I don't know. I cried the whole victory lap. Obviously, got fired from this job, and I wanted to do everything for the Wood Brothers that I could. They've given me an amazing opportunity in life, and to get them 100 on my way out is amazing. We're in the playoffs now. Let's go to Darlington and see what happens.
So I want to talk to you about this team who could have easily given up once the ride changed and they knew Josh Berry was getting in this car, but they never gave up on you. What was the point of how they were able to rally on you?
It's amazing.
You can if you want to.
It's been the hardest 3 years of my life. Obviously, the hardest 3 years for some of these guys' lives. And to win the way that we just did, to beat the best in the business, Kyle Busch across the line, it's pretty fantastic. So I made a bet with Jeremy, my crew chief, that if we won, we're staying here and driving home. So we'll be at a bar somewhere. Come find us, and we're going to celebrate this one.
Hamill, if you're listening. Hamill, if you're listening, go find him at a bar.
Pretty calm on the radio. My fiance Jenna and my mom are both crying. And all those people have been with me in the worst days of my life and the best days. And good to get Dex Imaging and Victory Lane and get them another best day.
It is a terrific day.
Absolutely.
For the Wood Brothers, but Lee, I think
What a
you said
race.
that. What a night for the Burton
What a
family.
race.
Harrison Burton now in the playoffs for the win at Daytona.
It just adds to what has been an amazing 2024 NASCAR
What
Cup
a
Series
race.
season. It just gets even more and more intriguing. And at a moment where Harrison Burton was uncertain about the future, there's one thing he is definite about. He's a NASCAR Cup Series winner. He's won on the biggest stage here at Daytona, and you'll see him race in the Cup Series playoffs. Two famous racing
The legendary numbers back in Victory Lane at last.
at Daytona. A highly dramatic finish caps off an eventful race.
One more. We got Darlington. Gilly before we playoffs. Just got one more race. Look at Jeff.
Right to celebrate. Jeff in the middle of Steve and myself watching Harrison Burton become NASCAR's latest winner.
Top to bottom, I think it was it was the second best race. Kansas to me still is at the top, but this just definitely might have took the number 2 spot from Atlanta.
Thank you for the first race.
I don't know, that was fun to watch.
Thank you for passing it on and on.
I had my doubts after the way last night ended,
So
but
millions of you, millions of thanks from everyone at NASCAR.
This football season, Fanatics Sportsbook is where fans play on game day. So, we're counting down to kickoff.
Man, I love
with
that.
a
That
$5
was
million jersey drop. Jerseys
that
are
was
dropping
awesome
every
for
single day. Just log in daily for your chance to win. Plus, new customers sign up and get up to $1,000 in bonus bets. It's time to suit up for season opening. This
love you
is
too, Bumble.
Fanatics Sportsbook, the most
Hell, I love
rewarding
everybody
sportsbook.
in here.
At Applebee's.
Time to
There's
celebrate.
Jeff.
Burton family style. Jeff made it down from the booth to the infield and gets to celebrate with his son.
They should have Jeff do the interview. The Victory Lane interview, you know?
Beautiful father-son moment and a great family moment.
And
for
actually,
Burtons. And it's the story of the night, isn't it? Here in Daytona.
Harrison and Jeff now father-son winners in this race. Jeff won the Summer Daytona race in 2000.
Here in Daytona.
The last Cup race broadcast on CBS. And there's your playoff grid.
Harrison Burton and Stevie puts his name in
One
yellow.
race to go, Darlington, next week.
The vice grip on the group behind him. Truex only 58 above. Ty Gibbs 39.
Now Truex, I think,
by 21
by
points
starting
heading to
next week,
Darlington.
I think is in.
13 winners in the
So I think it's really it's Ty Gibbs, Buescher, Bubba Wallace, and Ross Chastain. It's those 4 guys that are going to battle for 2 spots next week.
Leads to Darlington next week, where that top 16 will be finalized, and we will know who is and who is not racing in the playoffs. This guy certainly is. You're going to get your first win anywhere?
Oh.
Why not Daytona?
Here just adds to the spectacle. Well done, Harrison Burton.
Well, he joins Tiny Lund. He joins Trevor
And it will be
Bayne.
a well-celebrated win. He's a well-liked
Jo-
man. He's had a
I
rough
believe
go of it in his time in Cup.
I think AJ's
And as
lone
we've
Cup
already
win was in the
documented
21.
that this 21 ride
At Daytona.
has evaporated for next year. But
I'm talking guys who won their first Cup race at
going to the
Daytona
playoffs. And
for
one guy who
the
still
Wood
has
Brothers
that
Sonic.
Dave on his to-do list, and he came so close, is Kyle Busch.
Kyle Busch did everything right tonight. How do you square this one?
Just finished second, you know, it's all good. We're really lucky tonight to miss a few of them crashes. So all good, just real proud of everybody, Randall, all the guys, everybody at RCR, ECR, they did a great job and brought a fast car. And, you know, was hoping that we could get those free number 8 specials on Monday for everybody, get some chicken tenders rolling, but wasn't meant to be. So we'll take this and got a good little stretch here going with these last 3 weeks and hope that we can do what we need to do next week.
A quick take on the final lap. What could you have done different now that you've seen it? You haven't seen a lot of it, but what do you think?
Yeah, no, I haven't seen any of it, but just from what I recall,
He just,
we got off at
there's not much Kyle could have done. The outside just had too much of a run on the back, and then Kyle tried to get him coming through the trial, and he just didn't have enough to get underneath him.
As there was with the lack of cars that there were, it was hard to make anything happen from turn 4 to start finish. So besides just flat out wrecking them, you know, there was nothing else I could do.
Kyle, can you go and win the Southern 500 next week?
Yeah, I mean, we want to. We ran good there the first time I ran with these guys early last year, you know, but early this year we struggled mightily. So we'll just have to
So
go with hopefully
close.
a really good package that works and get our
And
job done.
I feel for Kyle, but at the same time, you know, Harrison Burton winning a Cup race. I mean, I can't get over that right now.
With that, we're going to take you to the pit box to Jimmy Johnson, Dale Jarrett, Marty Snyder. Fellas, what a night.
Man, what a fantastic finish. Good call there, Diff, as well. And Dale Jarrett, Jimmy Johnson joining you here. And DJ, I could not help but think on that final lap of you, 1993 Daytona 500, and your dad Ned calling you to the win in that race.
Such a cool moment. I'm still wiping away tears, but yeah, that was a great day for me. But you know, for young Harrison to get his first win in a year that hasn't been great for him, and finding out you're not going to have a ride next year, and for this to happen, to get that 100, I mean, there's nothing more special than, I mean, that's something that Jeff and Harrison are going to have forever, him calling that race, because my dad and I still get comments about it. So it's just incredible, but just so happy for Harrison, the Wood brothers, just an incredible night.
You drove for the Wood brothers and
got my first win there. Yeah, in Michigan in '91, and my son's actually, Jason is the spotter for Harrison, so kind of goes all the way around.
It's a double win, Jimmy. It's a Burton and a Jarrett win tonight.
It really is. What a special night to witness it. And I've known your son for a lot of years as well, and we've all kind of grown up in the sport. And I'm having flashbacks of watching Harrison. He had this little blue Jeep that he would drive around in the driver owner lot, and he would sit there and just drive circles and circles and circles. And here he was on the big stage today and got a trophy.
I think everybody thinks of you, Jimmy, as the 7-time champion that you are, but there was a point in your career where you were fighting for your career, and you didn't know what your next ride was going to be. What is this moment like for a driver like that when you finally get to victory lane?
It's validation. I mean, it's a long journey, and there's only a few that really get through and have that amazing opportunity of consistent wins and championships and so on. And I never thought it was in the cards for me. It did turn out. There were a lot of tough moments along the way. Who knows what the future holds for Harrison, but this win today is something very special for he and his family, and it's only going to open up more doors for his career path.
Yeah, I think the phone's going to start ringing, DJ. What do you think?
Well, it should, yeah, and it should have been ringing even before. You know, I had a small conversation with Harrison after it was announced, and just letting him know, hey, you know, we all have had setbacks, or many of us have, you know, that we had to either take a step back to move back forward, but it turned out really good for a lot of us, and this is a young man with a lot of talent. I'm telling you, he can do this, and to dodge everything that he did tonight, to put himself in that position and make the right moves there.
Wow.
Yeah, a lot of talent that deserves a cup ride.
And Harrison was emotional, Jimmy, when he was telling me about these are the people that stuck by me for the last 3 years. It has been a difficult time for that young man, and talking about Jeff Burton, who works with us, and Kim Burton as well. He was very emotional, saying, these are the people who are beside me no matter what.
The Wood brothers. I mean, the history is very, very long in this sport from the beginning. Their reputation, their who and what they are, what they're about. So yes, they stuck with him, and today is just an incredible day for everyone involved.
Yeah, how about for the Burton family, too? Because you, as we mentioned, we saw the finish there in the 93 Daytona 500. You got to live that post-race celebration with your family.
Yeah, and that's, you know, when you talk about family, and certainly I was fortunate to have mine around a lot of that time. But this Burton
what can I say about that, you
including
know?
Ward and Jeb that's involved in it, and they just, they do things the right way.
Oh, that's why Truex isn't locked in yet? Okay. Well, Gibbs wouldn't be locked in yet point-wise. Truex, I think, would, but I think that's why they haven't done it yet, is we got to wait to see what happens with Dylan.
Party still going to be going?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I got a feeling we'll be celebrating.
Also, Jacob, I'll come join you guys once I wrap up the stream here if you guys are going to hang on in there to discuss this. Wow. What else can you say?
Joey Logano with a little hug there for his corporate teammate. NASCAR America Post Race is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle auto, home, or motorcycle insurance. Visit progressive.com.
I don't know what else to say. Unbelievable. I knew the race was going to be good. I didn't think it was going to be, I didn't think it was going to be like that.
Are you crying? No. Are you crying because of that other card? No. There's no crying in baseball.
What a finish.
Or with the Capital One Venture Card, because it lets you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase every day. And you can use those miles on any travel purchase. And you know why? There's no crying with the Venture Card. what's in your wallet. Let's play ball!
Getting a fresh deal at Subway has never been easier. Just buy any footlong in the app, get another free. Like the All-Pro Sweet Onion Teriyaki with juicy chicken or the Ultimate BMT, piled high with pepperoni and ham and salami. The only hard part is telling Travis he doesn't get the second footlong. I'm saving that for later.
Wait, seriously?
I got you next time, buddy. Order now in the Subway app.
What if finding a new job wasn't such a leap of faith?
I don't think I'm right for this. I said I don't think I'm right for the job.
You're perfect for it! What if you knew you
Okay, it's 60. Okay, I couldn't remember the amount, Jupiter. So thanks for letting me know the amount.
Schedule worked for you.
I couldn't remember the amount of points. Well, basically all you have to do is start Darlington then.
Better work. No way.
All you have to do is start Darlington.
I got the interview.
Okay. Thanks for letting me know, Jupiter. I wasn't sure on the amount of points, but thanks for letting me know the amount of points. So he's pretty much good point wise as long as he starts.
Monday on NBC and Peacock.
Maybe
So.
I'll just go get wings for everybody.
DJ, let's take a look at this week's Progressive Safe Driver. What a final overtime restart for Harrison Burton.
Yeah, you know, we didn't have many of these drivers that hadn't been involved in one of the accidents through the night, but Harrison Burton was one of those. Did just a great job. Everything perfectly done there on that last lap once he was able to get the lead and hold Kyle Busch off.
Boy, for this young man, still looking for a gig for 2025, but this might work out for him, Jimmy.
Ross?
Yeah, I think so. This definitely helps his stock value rise. You know, it's interesting to see what's going on behind the scenes with the musical chairs within the Cup Series. You know, maybe he stays, maybe he steps down for a minute, and hopefully, obviously, finds his way back to the Cup Series. But I know this only helps his stock value.
And kind of cool that Ross Chastain, who now is on the opposite end of what happened with Harrison Burton tonight. Look at this. Chastain now 27 out of the playoffs picture. He came in to give Harrison Burton a congratulations, DJ. But our Bubba
Darlington's going
Wallace
to be fun.
and Ross Chastain now in must-win scenarios next week at Darlington, DJ.
You know, it's not a total must-win, but it's
Yeah,
a
it's not a must-win for those two. It is for Busch, but it's not for Bubba or Ross. They could still point their way in if Gibbs or Buescher have issues.
500-mile race, Jimmy.
It is. Anything can happen there. You know, the lady in black takes no prisoners. But if I'm either one of those drivers, I'm going to use whatever I can for positive energy and try to spin things the right
And
way
I'm
in the
gonna-
shop to get our crews, fired up.
Guys,
Boy, what a good night for
what a
Chris
night.
Buescher. He earned the 4th most points in this evening.
What a
That's
night.
why he's
I'm going to call it a stream.
Burns is with him.
Place finish for Chris Buescher tonight puts him 21 to the good above the cut line.
I'm going to
now
call
heading
it a
into
stream.
The final race there. What kind
So
of comfort does that give you? And
we'll move on to
some
Darlington.
disappointment
One
in
race,
that kind of
guys.
way tonight at Daytona?
One race next week.
Fifth Third Bank Mustang was so good.
One race next week.
Unbelievably well.
And we'll go playoffs. And like I
made a
said,
ton of speed, so
after
it's a lot of fun,
Darlington,
for
I will
a
have a
while
stream
there,
where
caught up
I
in
do my
another
grid prediction
accident.
like I've done the last
Just
2
trying to
years.
get it to the end,
And then
ultimately it
10
was
races.
not the day we needed, but
So.
yeah, I mean, we go into Darlington.
If you want to, you can
they are. Yeah, there's a
hit
little bit of there.
follow button.
We know we're really good there.
Follow me. I do all the cup races. I'm still planning what I'm going to do in the off season. So
make it easy.
well, I'll come up with something. I still try to stream other things too. It's
Your
just
Ford was strong as you talked about. I mean,
we'll have
what
to
about the
decide
company
with
coming
that
here
when that
this
comes.
weekend was
But
such a great effort.
Yeah, I mean, from qualifying to the race.
see you guys
it's,
next week for Darlington.
obviously showing some tremendous progress. So it's been a big turnaround on.